New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem.
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2 chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey, in the storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock, 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
Hello, welcome everybody to the last day of the PUBG Mobile Club Open Eastern Europe Season 2 Semifinals. I'm Hot Jukes here with the 7WG, bro. We've already had 2 matches of play. We've seen different groups face each other, and now we're just gonna have to watch alongside with Group B and just see if they're gonna make it today or not. I feel you, brother.
Forward to seeing if anybody's gonna actually be able to make it here, Jukes, alongside those teams from Group B. I mean, they didn't get into that comfortable zone. Are they actually gonna get into maybe through or just get caught up by everybody else?
Yeah, I know Kodiak's good. That's for sure. All right, Kodiak's big chilling today. I don't even think they're even watching the games, right? They're just like, you know what? We'll deal with the finals later on. But you know what? We got a lot of action here today, guys. We got Group A versus Group C, okay? We're going to get into some more of the details here in just a little bit. But, man, after what we've seen so far, 7, right? you're totally right. We have some squads that underperformed in Group B. So they are going to be really keeping an eye on it. And one of the teams in particular is the Strong Boys, right? The Strong Boys really didn't have a good solid 2 days. So man, they're really hoping for the rest of these squads to just have very even point distribution, right? Any point sponges could cause a problem here. What do you think?
Yeah, Strong Boys. I mean, from day one, remember the main factor that I was talking about, the placement points were higher than the eliminations, which is completely the opposite of what some of the top teams were able to do, right? On day two, they were able to kind of flip that around. They were able to make sure that they started fragging out more. They still got some placement points here and there, but those elimination points definitely got higher. But what came down to, Jukes, was it enough? Is it enough on that second day to actually put you through? Because when we end up seeing the overall, I mean, that's a squad that only has 33 points after 10 games played. And I'm sorry, Strong Boys, I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be enough either. That's the thing is, in order for them to make it here today, we need to see, honestly, you could see like one really huge point sponge, maybe like Skip Zone, who went crazy yesterday in the first day. They had 37 points total, right? So they're doing a really good job, right? They don't really have to worry so much coming into today. As long as they put up some decent points, they should be fine. Let's go ahead and take a look here at that point distribution graphic for anybody that could be just tuning in here for the first time, right? First place, obviously, going to get you that 10 points, winner, chicken dinner. It doesn't show it here, but it's 1 point per elimination. And you were talking about just how important those eliminations were, Seven, right?
For sure, and I'm glad that you mentioned Skip Zone, because that's a team that's currently highest outside of everybody from Group B. They will be in 8th place. They're up to 26 eliminations, so you definitely know they're taking advantage of that elim point. The crazy part, though, for Skip Zone is that they haven't been able to secure any wins. They've been able to secure some placement points here and there, which is good to see. I love seeing when a team can still be consistent in regards to points, and they don't just have to rely on being able to get the win. It's happened in the past, and I will always call that out. For this squad, though, they've been able to inch up and get placement points regardless whether they get the win or not. I'm sure today they're going to be looking to get the win.
Yes, sir, D. This is the prize pool, folks. This is going to be for the finals coming up just around the corner, right? So $4,000 for first place. But the big prize at the end of the day, Seven, it's those golden tickets to the PUBG Mobile Super League EU Fall Split, right? So that is what everybody is going to be gunning for. You know, at this stage, it's all about just qualifying to those finals, Seven. And man, like we talked about it, you know, before. Group B, you know, there's going to be some people really on the edge of their seat, but it's up to Group A and Group C teams that underperformed to really pop off today if they want to secure that chance to get one of those slots.
Yes, we're looking at the matches here. For some reason, if you missed the first 2 days, guess what? This is the roster that we're going to be playing today. Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar. And I've been saying it for the past 2 days. Use that Sanhok as a spring starter. Ladies and gentlemen, you are on the final day of semifinals. You cannot wait until Sanhok. You cannot just let 2 matches pass by. You got to make sure you're up and running all the way through today if you want to make it to those finals.
Yes, sir, indeed. The only way you're going to be able to do that is by putting some points on the board. Let's take a look here at the overall leaderboards and I really want to stay here for a minute because this is where it is at. So for everybody watching right now, 7th place on up, they are not playing today. 11th place, the Strong Boys, they are not playing today. So everybody else is gunning for one of those top slots. Now, we talked a lot about Kodiak before, Seven, and I don't think we want to, touch on them too crazy. I mean, they had an absolute ridiculous performance. I think the big factor today, though, is since they're not playing today, Seven, right? That point sponge is gone. That leaves a lot of more points available for some of these squads that desperately need it, right?
I mean, when you talk about a point sponge, let's just kind of break that down real quick just to highlight how amazing this team has been able to do, right? 15.6 points average every single match. Out of those 15.6 points, it was 10 eliminations. So for everybody out there that's looking to get those elims, that's why I was mentioning Ship Zone, because this team with 26 eliminations, the highest out of Group A, the highest actually between Group A and Group C, the groups that are going to be playing today. I'm looking for them to take advantage of that. And if you look on the flip side to a team that's in 13th place, Jukes, Punk Esports, they can also frag out.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Punk Esports is a team I really wanted to look at here because I love their play style, especially in that mid game, right? They're so strong when it comes to getting to the great positions early on, getting some serious eliminations. Where they fall off, though, is that final stage of the game, right? Where they just, I don't know, it's weird. They all of a sudden can be so hyper focused on the wrong thing, just focusing on like players that are swimming. And then at other times, they just seem to just hit that lay down and start playing individually. So if they could fix that end game here today, 7, I think this is definitely a team we got to keep our eye on.
Yeah, the crazy part is that they're still being able to gather those placement points as well. The eliminations are there. We saw them being able to get in a great position when it came down to Miramar, and they were able to excel through. A team that I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on is going to be BX Brothers. This team, I was expecting even more out of them yesterday to be pars with Kodiak. Obviously, Kodiak has already played all their matches, maybe not that high. But the thing with BX Brothers that they were running into yesterday is that Kodiak kept hunting them down in a way. In 2 out of the 5 matches, Kodiak was the ones that was able to eliminate them or just hinder the rotations that they were doing. So I'm looking for BX Brothers to take advantage of Kodiak not being here, to take advantage of all of the other teams from not being here. Stall Soldiers Epic, I got to give them a shout out as well because this team was able to get 2 wins yesterday. So BX Brothers, it is time for you to step up and pretty much become the top dog, considering that team last season 1 of PMCO EEU Jukes, they were able to qualify in 2nd place behind Bourse Gaming, which isn't here in the semifinals.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, BX Brothers are another monster squad that we got to keep our eye on for sure. You know, at the end of the day, as long as they put up some just decent, consistent points without like an absolute like abysmal performance, we should see them move on to the finals for sure, right? At the same time, you know, it's all about how you're able to perform in those championship rounds, right? And BX Brothers should have no excuse because they've been here before. You know what I'm saying? Like they understand what it takes to be able to perform and make it on to that next stage. So a lot of eyes are on them to perform today. Other than that, I want to take a look at the bottom of the leaderboards, right? Because the bottom of the leaderboards are where our eyes are hyper focused. These teams are squads that just need to go crazy today. Leo Esports is going to be one of those. They're in 22nd place with only 15 points, right? So after 15 points in one day, they're going to need at least a good couple double-digit elimination games if they want to make it on over, as well as some of the other squads down there, 7.
Well, you got to give it, let's break it down even more for Leo. We were calling them out because at the beginning of the day, the first 2 matches, you got to remember, they were abysmal. They were nowhere to be existing. They kept hop dropping. They weren't being able to get within any reach of actually getting those points. Towards the second half of the actual second day, this team turned it around. They started focusing more on eliminations. They started focusing more on just backing away from those hot drops. And I'm hoping that for this squad, they're not going to be hot dropping when we go to Sanhok, and especially when we go to Erangel, because remember, they were the ones having that hot drop in Pochinki with BX Brothers. That's just not a fight that you want to have, especially not a fight that you want to have when you're in 22nd place. And for everybody currently watching, I would definitely say you don't want to be the 16th place team. You don't even want to be the 15th place team because you never know what announcements could be out there, Jukes.
Yeah, we're not sure exactly where that cutoff is going to be. So, I mean, you got to perform your absolute best here at this time. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you're Leo Esports, I do like the fact that we, like you mentioned, right? They hot dropped on the first game, right, onto BX Brothers. They lost that fight and said, forget it. Let's go ahead and head on over to a farm area. So that worked out great for them. Now, if they're able to keep that consistency here today, they could definitely make something happen. The one thing, though, that I was talking about yesterday, and I'm going to really talk about it right now, the final games of today are going to be way crazier than the first 2 days we've ever seen. And the reason why that is because there's going to be some teams that underperformed that know mathematically there's no way we're making it. It happens every single time we're in a tournament like this. And when that creeps in on you, there's some players who are new to this scene. They get so demoralized that they just give up. They're like, you know what? Let's just go out there, just do whatever the heck we want and make something happen. Or maybe they want to spoil somebody that shot their boxes or whatever, right? So when that comes into play, teams really need to stress on putting up all the points they need to qualify in the first 4 matches, because those last 2, you don't know what's going to happen.
That's right. Especially with those teams towards the bottom, as you just mentioned, like you never know how they're going to be reacting. And the teams towards the top, how are they going to be reacting as well? Because they see an opportunity. For example, if you are BX Brothers, right? Let's even deep dive a little bit more into this, as we do have time before the first game. Is if for some reason you know that Leo is going to be landing anywhere near you, and you're in the final 2 matches, you're especially in the final Erangel, and you're already qualified, mathematically it's impossible for you to get kicked out of top 15, out of top 14, whatever the case might be, right? You're going to go and hunt down Leo Esports, because you don't want to have to deal with that team when you actually end up going to the finals. Now that's a hot drop you're saving yourself. Now that's a hot drop you're not really having to worry about it. And for all of the other squads, you also got to send a statement to all the teams that were able to participate from Group B, because they're going to be looking, as much as we want to joke around and say Kodiak is just so comfortable right now, they're still going to be looking at what kind of strategies they're being able to put out there in regards to some of these teams from Group A and Group C fighting here, because once it comes to the finals, what's at stake is too high not to actually start thinking about strategies on how you're going to be handling some of these teams qualifying through.
For sure. I mean, they better be doing their homework. I was joking earlier, right? Because they have the highest expectations of any other team, at least in my eyes, for sure. After that performance, it was absolutely crazy. So, yeah, Kodiak, they're going to be watching today. But some of these other teams, man, you're going to be hoping to have a crazy start here, right? We saw Alpha Team GG with 17 points. We saw Raven Gaming as well with 23. And the difference between Strong Boys, who are not playing today, and a team like Raven Gaming, who's in 18th place, right? It's only 10 points. That's so easy to pass up, right? So for all these teams on the bottom of the leaderboards, pretty much, I will say 18th, right? 18th at 23 points. As long as you put up a decent day today, you shouldn't have a problem being able to move on. But at the same time, like we've seen it happen time and time again, you have a rough start on game 1, something happens wrong, and then it's just like a snowball effect. It just gets worse and worse and worse. But you got to be able to adapt and make something happen here now.
Yeah, and even if we look at a bit closer there to that overall that we got a chance to see earlier, Notorious in 6th place. They have 46 points, and if we want to be crazy here, you go all the way down to 21st place with One Top Romania. They're at 16th place. That's 30-point difference, which is about how much some of these teams have been able to get on average, unless your name was Kodiak, which is completely different, but we're not even going to talk about them. You can still close that gap within this match, especially if you start off hot, especially for those teams towards the bottom. I'm not saying they're going to have an insane pop-up performance, but if you at least are able to average about, maybe six points a game, you're going to be able to close that gap. Those 30 points are going to be right there. So that now they have something to strive for. The thing is, in the first 2 days, we didn't really have anything to strive for, Jukes, in regards to what was the benchmark. The benchmark has been set. And I'm not even going to have Strong Boys there as the benchmark. I'm actually going to have Notorious or TGM as the actual benchmark, because that seems a little bit more comfortable in regards to what teams really need to go for if they want to be able to make it to the finals.
I mean, let's put I'd even put BRBA there up as well, because you think about it, right? They have BRBA is currently, I mean, they're sitting right there at 6th place, okay, with 47 points after playing 2 days. All right. If you go down all the way, even down to 17th place, right, where K2 is chilling at with 24 points, if that team on up does the same performance they did in their first day, right, that means they'll double it, okay? So from 24 points, you multiply that by 2, right, that's 48 points in total. So as long as those teams double their points and do the same thing they did, I mean, BRBA could be out of here. You know what I'm saying? So it's easier said than done, right? Having a good, solid, day as well, because anything can happen here for sure, but it's not unrealistic. So yeah, teams, the pressure's on for sure. But again, there's so many squads that all they have to do is do the same thing they've already done, and they should be able to move forward.
I mean, a squad I'm also going to be looking at from Group A is going to be Nexus Gaming. They ended up right now 15th place with those 25 points. They were able to frag out too. The main problem with that squad is that for a couple matches there, we always saw Nabuni being the last player alive. You heard me joking about it. If you go back and watch that first day, I was like, okay, whoever the IGL is, if it's not Nabuni, just give the IGL to Nabuni, because that man is just being able to stay alive the longest for this squad. He was able to clutch up those placement points for this squad, which, I mean, it could have been a lot worse. We could have been talking about them having an even bigger gap. For now, for Nexus, this is your chance to step up. And this is the main storyline that I feel like we're going to be looking at for the first two games. Which are the teams that are actually going to be stepping up now that those top dogs with Kodiak, with Star Soldier, Epic are not going to be here? Who's going to be taking that sponge of the points that are going to be available? And which player is going to actually be stepping up? Because the back-to-back MVP is also not here in T. Day 1, he ended up with 17 illims. Day 2, 16 illims. So that's going to be a lot of illims and a lot of points considering how close the gap is within all these teams.
T was an absolute monster. I mean, oh my goodness. And it's so crazy because, you know, we're trying to like be like, oh, you know what? This player also did great, but it was just Kodiak leading the leaderboards all over the place in the first 2 days. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I'll just reiterate it for anybody that's just tuning in now. You know, you got teams that are in 18th place on up, just looking to pretty much do the same thing they did in day 1. Teams 19th place on down. If they want to qualify, they have to do something special today. They have so many things going against them. You know, the fact that we don't know what's going to happen in the last 2 games. You know, the one thing they got going for them, though, is that Kodiak's not playing here, right? So there is a big chance for them to be able to do that crazy step up. We don't see it happen very often, but I'm really forward looking today to see if we're going to see one of those miracle runs.
Yeah, when you look at the overall leaderboard here, I'm going to be just focusing on that second page because we have just so many teams there towards the bottom. Leo, I talked about Leo. I enjoyed that second half that they had yesterday. I'm hoping that they'll be able to continue on with it today. Penguin X Esports, this team, man, the crazy part is that some of these teams are definitely able to get the illims. Are you able to tell right there with Penguin Esports, 8 eliminations, but just 1 placement point. If some of these teams can find out a way to just get into the later game, it's going to be massive, especially because of we have seen how slow the rotations are for some of the squads. That is the main thing about PMCO that we've been looking at, just the slowness. It needs to be faster. I don't know what kind of switches we got there. Don't worry about it. We're not even going to focus on it. But just one thing I do want everybody that's going to be watching to focus on, it's going to be those crazy rotations. How quickly can you actually rotate?
That's what it's all about. How fast can you rotate? Seven, I know you're on it, man. I'm telling you, dude, you got to be moving really quickly here if you want to be able to make something happen. Because that's something that we see in the first 2 days, right? Even when the pressure was on for Group B, we see 23 people alive after zone number 5. But you know what, guys? It's time to get it started, baby. The last day of the semifinals. We're in Erangel, match number 1. We talk about that pressure. The hot seat is on for so many of these squads. Let's see who can clutch up, who's going to shut up.
Who's going to become a diamond with all that pressure on their shoulders? Star Soldier Epic was definitely able to become a diamond yesterday when the pressure was on. Let's see who else is going to be stepping up. And with this drop right here, I mean, it's going to be easy to get to military, Pachinki, BX Brothers. You know they're going to be going there. We talked about earlier with Leo Esports how they actually ended up going a bit west of farm in their new drop, and they ended up fighting early on as well. But for some of the other squads that we didn't really get a chance to talk about, like Numb, I really enjoy the way Numb has been able to play, because that team has been able to just create a perfect marriage when it came down to placement points and eliminations. Same alongside with Make Them Run. They actually ended up with more placement points than eliminations, and they have a win under their belt, Jukes.
Yes, sir, indeed. Let's see how this game's going to start. We got a southern playing path here. You got BX Brothers heading to Pachinki all by themselves. But we got a fight here off the rip, and that's going to be Skip Zone, the leading team going into today, with teams that have only played 1 match. And unfortunately, one of the players gets knocked to return. But Rolex is right there. And we saw Rolex put in some work in Rozhawk on day 1. He could definitely do an easy play here. Let's see if he can get it, though. Oh, gets 1. Not able to repeat that 1v2 we saw on day 1.
And that is going to be Skip Zone. I mean, losing players early on. A team that can definitely afford it, I guess, in a way. They have 37 points. They were started off the day in 8th place there. KZ, a bit of a gamble here for this squad because this team cannot afford to lose that many points. They're in 17th place, 24 points themselves. And Numb, a squad that I was talking about earlier. But you know what? Let's actually keep that focus here on this fight because I was not expecting anybody to end up hot dropping here on Milta. We got a bit of one. I think it was day 1. But a bit of a switch up here between these two squads. They're going to end up slowing it down. KC has already lost one player in Goxona. And Skip Zone is going to be able to reset their players. I think a nade is going to be coming in from the side. Watch out, Yen. Watch out, Yen. You don't want to set yourself up here. You know what? Back out, boys. You don't have to fight. If you can find a way to back out of here, it'll be perfect.
This is a really unfortunate situation. Again, these are the first time these two groups play against each other. So, you know, different hot drops or different drop locations can make things interesting. Baka with the VSS putting in some work early on. KZ looking to have the upper hand here. Going for the 1v1 though. Very oh, there we go. His teammate was right next to him. Beautifully done. So KZ get the better of Skip Zone. Oh, no, yeah, he sensed another player's coming. He's got the Vector. That's a great gun to have early. Oh, the nade coming out just a little too far, though. His teammate is giving him some comms, though.
Skipzone's going to be pulling through. Blaireau, though, being able to clutch it up there for his squad. It's going to be 2 players now. Skipzone should be able to get a bit of a reset here at 6666666. So many sixes on that name is ridiculous. KC Esports trying to recover here. You don't want to end up losing any of these points.
Nice shot.
You need these points. As you're going to be able to see there in the leaderboard, they're up to 15. This is the last one standing. Making push. He's going to clutch up for his squad. It's the second shot. And there you go. Skip Zone is out of here. Let's see how many players you can actually revive. And they should be able to get a fully reset, even though they lost Goxana early on, Jukes.
Man, what a play there by 66, man. That was a crazy one. And it's super unfortunate that they ended up having to even fight each other. But with such a southern drop location, you know, unfortunately, Skip Zone couldn't drop in their normal Rozhawk place, so they go Milta. They end up catching KZ. Oh, guess who? It's guess who? With a quick knock. That smoke was just before the buggy, too. Super unfortunate. Doc Esports losing a player on rotation. Yeah.
Oh, man.
You know what's bad, though, for KZ? What's really bad for KZ is that KZ was in 17th place going into this. Skip Zone is pretty much on top, right? So Skip Zone could decide to not deal with KZ later on. We'll see how that plays out. But this is Leo Esports, the team we were talking about at the top of the show. Let's see what they can do here. Nice little defense. Got another shot off. He's keeping on climbing. Jump down.
He's getting them one by one, Jukes here. They're just lining up for him. They're being able to push. Okay, there you go. A double push there, being able to secure that elimination. Leo now trying to bounce back. In this situation, One Top's going to be able to get a full reset. And now you got Rolo God trying to find the rest of the players from Leo Esports. I was talking about how I didn't even want to see this team fighting within the first 10 minutes of this game. And boy, they want those eliminations, Jukes. They don't give a damn.
I'm telling you. It's so crazy to watch. I mean, there's so much real estate to get a centralized position, but we see these teams just go and add it off the rip. Like a dog hunting a bone here. Let's see what Bubby can do. He's got that broken wall finish. We call this that little area of death because if you go into that open, you're done for. He may try to go and get the thirst on the Leo. He's got an angle here. Oh, wasn't ready for it. Bubby caught off guard. And now they know exactly where he is. This could be big trouble.
It could be as One Tap is going to be cooking up that nade. Is he going to end up hitting it? And it does on Raka. And here's going to end up coming the push from One Tap as they're just looking to decimate Leo. Get them out of here. There you go. Ooh, Ruby, though, being able to bounce back. Connects with Sue. Is going to make them slow down a little bit. Oh, no, the gun folded right there for him. One God. Eliminating Leo Raka. That's going to be secure. Even more eliminations. Can this nade hit? If this nade can hit, you got to wait a little bit longer. I think he realized that. He cancels it. And now One Tap is just trying to secure even more bodies, but that could end up backfiring. The nade is going to come through. Leo Buddy does end up connecting with one. Make it two, even though we didn't get a chance to see it. And it's going to come down to possibly a 1v1 here between these two players. It could be massive. Bubby, you need this points. Let's see if you can fake him out. They keep wanting to fake him out, dude. They keep wanting to think that he's going to be going back and forth. Nobody wants to push up. They're cruelly nervous. They know what's at stake between these two teams.
Bubby jumping out the window. Now hopping right back in. He's just trying to put these guys in the blender. Inks one. Let's see what he can do. 1v1 situation. Both players looking for that right-hand priority. Inks one has it right now. Oh, he's actually going left. Super interesting. He's at a disadvantage. Oh, but the jump shot! Switching to the B zone. Working out for him. Absolutely insane. He's gonna get this res off though. He's running. He's running. He's like, wait. No, unfortunately, not gonna get it off in time. Man, unfortunate end for both those teams. Let's be real.
I mean, for One Top, you're going to be able to at least have two players there. You have 4 eliminations your way. For Leo, once again, for some reason, just wanting to take an early fight on. And I would love to see what this circle is going to be doing like right now, because with doing so many fights that we've been looking at, what is that circle actually going to do, Jukes? Because we've seen what happened yesterday with some crazy circles all the way down to military. I don't think that's going to be the case here. As you can tell, circle is going to start closing in. Destined to Rise, a squad that is currently in 16th place. They have lost 1 player, but they have been able to have and get 3 eliminations. They're saving phase. This is a team that's currently 27 points. The crazy part, man, is how close everything is right now between all these squads. And I feel like we keep highlighting that because it's just insane. Okay, there you go. Closing down into Pachinki. BX Brothers, this should be a perfect plan for you. They're going to be going with a 2-2 split. They're really close to Nexus, but they got to watch out, though. Nexus is also a team that's been here before. They got the experience.
You can see Nexus right now. Just everybody just doing that great migration, just trying to find a spot. And that's the thing, is that there's so many locations still available. You really don't have to hunt down these fights. Like even Destined to Rise, they do see a player that is out of position. This is not a bad push, considering. At the same time, though, this is a lot of time being spent when you could have a more centralized position. Thorfinn trying to throw the nade in, get that knock. Unfortunately, not able to hit the mark. And now they're backing off here. Yeah, maybe this is going to be a full disengage. Yeah, it looks like it.
They're going to be backing off because they ended up losing a player in Bets. Bets ended up getting caught offside by Raven. I think they saw Raven starting to push up, and this is going to be a good wraparound here for this squad. Meanwhile, Make Them Run. Trying to run. I don't even know where. Where are you going to be going to here, Make Them Run? Because some places might be secure. Don't fully send it to... Okay, you're going to be going to the craters? I'm actually intrigued with what's going to be the play here for this squad. Buildings
they
are
can kind of take
free,
their time,
which is nice. Yeah. Buildings are going to be free, which is nice. They decided to scout a little bit more. I enjoy that. Did you notice that? They decided to make it seem like they were going to be going towards craters, see if anybody was going to shoot at them a little bit, or just quick scouting there for that squad. They realized no shots are coming through. You know what? Let's just send it.
And that's what a lot of these teams need to start doing, because there's just so much real estate that are still available. The Noisy Boys go out in 15th place, only 1 point. So they're going to have to make it up in the next 4. Oka punching out the window. Yep, now the time to just set up, relax, get ready for the next circle of where it's going to pop. And still, again, it's so wild to see so many fights early on. We're in stage 2 now, 7, in Erangel with only 46 players remaining.
Yeah, everybody's just wanting to stretch out their elbows. And the crazy part is that some of the teams that are stretching out their elbows are teams that don't need to do that. You can maybe just chill a bit, take a bit of a chill pill, make them run. Now making sure that they make any other teams run away from them, as they want to make sure that they secure all this situation, all these locations. Raven Gaming, they got an elimination early on, as I was telling you, between Destined to Rise. Amar was the lucky one that was able to get that elim. And now they might have some room to work with. They got to watch out, though, because Destined to Rise could still make a push towards them or try to surprise them. There you go. They're going to be able to spot them. They should be able to hopefully take some more shots and see maybe they can even get a knock. They'll be so happy to do that. One less person to worry about. And this is fine. This is shots that I would love to see any team take. Make sure you make them back up. But now you got to start focusing on that circle because the circle has shifted, Jukes.
Time to get moving. And I'll tell you what, at this kind of tournament, before the circle pops, like 5 seconds before, you already got to be in your vehicle, ready to move. Really, really do. Because there's so many spots still available. You could take advantage of it if you're just that little half second faster. So I will give it up to BX Brothers, because BX Brothers, this is one of the more dominant teams that are coming into today. And you could see how fast they caught that location. And look at everybody else, right? We're seeing some squads. I think that's Alpha, just a little bit too late. And now they're having to do a U-turn. So I'm telling you guys that those quick, snappy rotations, if you're in the vehicles already before that zone pops ready to go, man, I'm telling you, you're just going to pay off big time. And you can just see right there, BX Brothers are putting in some work downtown.
BX Brothers wanted to put in that work. One of their players is going to get knocked. Luckily for them, they just have such a good situation here. Destined to rise. There you go. Destined to get sent back to the lobby, because that's exactly what's going to be happening to this squad in this match. 15th place, 16th place, getting eliminated this early on for those teams towards the bottom. I'm looking at Doc. I'm looking at PNG. I'm looking at AT. All of these squads, Dukes, they need to make sure they close some gaps here. Try to secure me minimum 5 points. 5 points, you'll be good. 5 points per match. You can at least set yourself up and hope that you have a pop-off performance, which honestly, it can happen. Some teams out there are more prominent to actually have pop-off performances, but anything can happen, especially given the zone.
Yeah, I'm going to give the edge over to Punk Esports here on this one. They got a really good lockdown location. They have 3 eliminations already. And this is where they really thrive, in that mid game. They put themselves in very good spots. They keep all 4 players up, and they still snag some eliminations here and there. My eyes are going to be on that end game. You don't have to deal with Kodiak, so that's a big advantage for Punk. But I want to see that synergy really look rock solid today. And if they do get that obvious play 7 where they get a circle, man, they could definitely do some damage for sure. Alpha team, though, these guys are hurting. They were a little bit late on that rotation to BX Brothers. They got punished for it. They should be able to get this res off. I believe so. So they should have 3 players up. No, they're actually... Doesn't look like they're gonna.
Might end up sacrificing it.
That's a tough.
Yeah,
that's a
they
tough
might end up sacrificing that player, because if I'm not mistaken,
what are we doing here?
BX Brothers was starting to push up a little bit. Drunken Knights, chilling. This
is on the edge of zone.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to gatekeep.
Crazy.
You still have some of the other players. They're very close by, at least from Doc. They might have heard something. So this is why he could be very cautious. Let's look at what
I'm talking about.
Oh my goodness, Punk, you are set in a great position right now. Make them run as well. And now BX Brothers, what I tell you, BX Brothers was looking to make them hunt. I think that's why that squad was wanting to sacrifice those players. BX Brothers, I just wanted to run through everybody. Up to 2 eliminations, but now how are they going to be getting to the circle, and where are they going to be taking position? This is a team that honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if BX Brothers ends up crushing a compound. That's how aggressive they can be.
Let's see if they're gonna end up making that crash or not. You got Dexter throwing in the nades. Again, this is a really confusing fight for me, because they should have already kind of been in their vehicles ready to leave if the zone popped. But since they were really kind of hard stuck on gatekeeping, they have to take this fight now. And all the positions in the center are going to be taken. So a really rough fight to take. But if they're able to finish it off quickly here, it could pay off. But they're going to be doing it with nades, and that's the problem. They're going to have to get really lucky here. And it doesn't look like they hit the mark. You can see Dexter already looking inside his zone. He's like, we got to leave, guys. What are we doing here in this fight? The vehicles are smoked. They can just hop out and leave.
You could. Just they want this. They really want this. Don't pop out too much, though. You're just gonna get caught off guard. Pasha is gonna capitalize on that, and now Doc Esports, this is your chance to go on the aggressiveness, as you know that they're gonna have the squads right there. Oh my goodness, no one. You're gonna sacrifice another one. All your players' Horizon is gonna get fully flushed out, and here you go. Wow. Doc is just gonna be cleaning them up. For a squad that needs those points, they are going to be happy with what just happened there. As PNG was also even getting into the action, they were keeping a close eye on this fight too.
Could be a huge learning lesson for Drunk Knights right there. That was a bad engagement to take, and they got punished for it. Doc able to get a couple eliminations and get into a good position here in this next circle. they should have that location right down the edge of the Tinky. Yep. So they're going to hold that edge for as long as possible. But look at this, Penguin Esports. 23rd place. These guys got to have a monster day today. They're rocking a huge split. Guess who is not going to have a UAS after this one? And he is stuck out in the open.
He's not going to be moving anytime soon, especially from that location. Let's see what the BX Brothers. There you go. BX Brothers decides not to crash the compound, but at least take an area where they're going to be overlooking a lot of stuff. And if you are AT, if you are Doc, this is not where you want to find yourself in the sights of Fleek, in the sights of BX Brothers, ING, the rest of the squad, because they're up to 3 elims and they're wanting to be aggressive. They're wanting to make sure they make anybody pay for just sticking their nose a little bit too long. PNG is just taking advantage of that. Here we go. Senso's going to be making pushes. It's so much harder to go and make that push when there's the 2v1 and Doc is just getting picked apart here, Juice.
Penguin. Pasha is down. That is it for Doc Esports. Not able to hold that spot. That little pipeline spot right there. It's not a bad location, but they were just kind of just holding it in some very awkward positions. It just got deleted. Let's see what BX Brothers could do, though. BX Brothers holding the edge. Now the zone does creep in a little bit more central. Let's take a look at it right here. And it's Punk, man. Punk Esports with the dominant location once again. Let's see how they pay off. Right now, my eyes are going to be on Raven as well. Raven are on the outskirts here. Are they going to try to make that push on the Punk? They can also just wrap south and just hold that little ridge line right there above the water. So they have a pretty free and clear rotation. Let's see if they take it.
They might end up taking it. BX Brothers going back to them. Nexus. This is a fight that was just inevitable. They've been so close for the longest time, too, that Nexus knows that they're going to have to clean this out at one point or another. But KC is actually going to end up surprising them and making sure to get them on the off angle. Nexus now just being put in a blender here, not knowing exactly where to go as you're pinned between KC Esports, a squad that already has 4 eliminations, and BX Brothers, too. And if you're KC, where are you going to be heading to? Because you have none other than make them run right in front of you. Maybe this could be the time that you go for the push. Oh, don't go for this push. Go for the push for Traders, but they're going to be committed to it, dude. They're going to be wanting to crash this compound. And no, let's go back to it because that fight was going to be something interesting as KC Brothers was just making a full push on it. They end up decimating what happened there with Nexus, and somehow they find an opening. But there you go, make them run, makes them pay, and KC Esports gets eliminated.
Beautiful defend there for make them run. That's what they got to do. Just play keep away. Force any team trying to send it on you to the lobby. BX Brothers, though, they're playing this nice and calculated, finding every little dip and divot here and pushing up little by little. Now they got their eyes set on Penguin. Here comes Flick. Let's see what he can do. He hops out the vehicle, switches to that passenger seat, jumps out, hits the shotgun shot. Gets knocked in return, though, and that's one tap Romania out.
They are going to be up, but BX Brothers now making a push here. You can see them 5 eliminations. They got really close to Penguin. They've been able to get a full reset here as nobody's making a push. If this grenade ends up hitting, that could be it for Penguin. He's going to be making the push. They know exactly where they're going to be at. There goes one. There goes two. Just popping them back and forth and make them run. Keeping a close eye on this fight as well because they want to make sure that they don't let anybody nearby. Punk as well, making sure that they get a little bit active here, Juke. This is the problem with this squad. They find themselves in this situation, but sometimes they tend to fall asleep because they don't have to do anything because they're just such a great position that Punk is being a little bit more proactive and working with what they can, especially from the location they're currently in.
This should be an obvious game for them, right? I mean, we talked about their struggle in endgame. Well, this is you can ask for an easier one. Let's see how they decide to execute it. The only really worry that got my eye on right now for them is going to be BX Brothers. These guys are starting to get hot here, 7. 8 eliminations so far. They're playing it very well. They were not handed the circle. They've been creeping in edge little by little, taking on every single team that comes their way, and they have taken them out. So BX Brothers looking to kind of maybe take that spot of Kodiak and dominate this lobby. Let's see if they can finish it off, though. Raven did do that play I was talking about earlier, right? They went down to the south side and decided to hold the ridge line. This is the only issue with that spot. If the zone does go north, it is a super difficult place to push from. What is Raven going to do? Do you drive up towards Punk? Do you go down towards where Numb is? Ugh, it is a really, really tough rotation for them.
Now, for Raven, I think the only reasonable choice here would have to be you got to take the fight with Punk. You don't want to expose yourself there towards where Numb is going to be because of the terrain. You're going to be exposed to make them run as well. Try to wrap around, see if you can possibly end up surprising Punk. But you got to make sure you also have those smokes or just go on a wide rotation. Even though it is phase 6, you might have to just briefly, and I mean really briefly, to take some blue zone and then hope that Punk just doesn't see you whatsoever, as make them run right now is being just focused on Nexus.
Raven screwed. Let's put it that way. Like this,
Yeah.
they have
Sure.
good. They have no good way to go. It is a tough spot because even Punk's location is not in the circle. Let's see what they decide. They'll make them run. They're doing a great job of just applying pressure on these teams. No, I'm getting shot. So it does look like with that knock, Raven should have a little bit of an opening. Oh, but they're getting pressured from so many different spots. Godlike, can he hit this nade? Oh, he gets beamed from the side. Great angles here. Shots back
and this is
forth.
what I was going to be afraid of with that push there towards Numb, Jukes, that everybody's just going to be so set up. The terrain, too, on top of that, you have make them run, looking at them, too. Even though they're currently taking shots on just Numb, it was going to be too hard. We both said, you said especially, they were just screwed. There was nowhere to go to. It's like, choose your poison. Which one do you want to die by? But the team, I mean, for Raven, you end up with one elimination. You still have 2 players alive. Somehow, you still have 2 players alive. And Pub, now that they try to make a rotation out of here, guess what? It might have been a little bit too late because BX Brothers is set up on the top of this mountain, and they're just starting to take shots on them, knocking some on their way out.
That knock onto Lucy, though, from Numb really helped out Punk. Let's see if that ends up paying off. Raven Gaming, yeah, unfortunately, just with a tough rotation, tried to at least, I think they got at least 1 elimination, so best case scenario for them. Make them run, though, making them pay, like you said earlier. Numb, nothing you can do from this spot. The only thing you can do is just hit a crazy knock. If you're able to get a crazy knock on one of those players, you'll stand a chance. But for all these teams on the edge of this circle, this is looking really rough.
Yeah, how many smokes do you have? That's gonna be the big question too there for Numb. How many smokes do you have, and is it enough to just start building the biggest smoke wall we've ever seen? Because you're gonna have not only make them run, you're gonna have BX Brothers, as we just scroll over to that, and BX Brothers is just taking shots after shots after shots in the hope that they get distracted maybe by Punk. So far, 3 players alive. And by the way, what I tell you, Jukes, BX Brothers, I was looking for them to become the top dog of this lobby, and they're doing just that. They're up to 9 eliminations. Now Punk is just taking advantage of the mayhem of the smoke. Will just start popping them back and forth. But they got to remember, they have BX Brothers close by, and they need to focus later into the end game, boys. I know those elims are nice and all, but you are not inside the circle.
Yeah, with this kind of play style, it looks like they're almost kind of waving the white flag here. They're going to start throwing some smokes up towards BX Brothers. That is the good play. They need to be super deep, though. So that way you could try to get a shot off in return. But look, yeah, now they're getting shot from the opposite direction. Punk are in a blender right now. And the only way out of it is with some 5.56. Got to be able to get some knocks.
Yeah,
oh my gosh,
look
at the sight lines they have.
Too. It's gonna be so unlikely, especially with BX Brothers having the height angles here. Well, you're gonna have to hope that. Okay, this could be an opening. This could be an opening that maybe Punk needed. As now BX Brothers gonna have to have that split personality. Have to focus on 2 different squads. There you go, Looney making sure they connect with the nade on top of that. Oh my goodness, BX Brothers is just taking fights with everybody, making sure that they don't let anybody sit up here, and they're sending people out. They're sending fleets to rotate around and put the pressure on make them run as well. The grenades are going to be coming in. They need to make sure that they end up connecting, and at this point here, BX Brothers, you need to focus on one of these fights. You have the numbers advantage, but you need to decide who you're going to be focusing on. They're almost done getting rid of Punk. That's a knock.
Boca, nice nade there on the fleek. Let's see what Boca can do, though. All he has is, it looks like there's a Bison. Meanwhile, Bad Boy from Punk just trying to survive. I mean, yeah, they were really stuck on the edge of that circle, trapped by Make Them Run and BX Brothers. BX Brothers doing a great job of just clearing their backs first. That is always the play. And, oh, I thought that nade was going to be it. Oh, no, yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it was MTR. Make them run, take out Punk Esports. So now that side of the map is completely clear. This should be a solid finish here for BX Brothers, but they're going to have to do it with 3. Make them run has the terrain advantage.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay, BX Brothers. There you go. Keep on adding those eliminations. Make them run as well. Currently up to 9. And I'm just trying to figure out here who's the one that's just gonna be taking this fight, because it is between the 2 of them. BX Brothers is going to be losing Fleek. That's not going to be a possibility for them to actually pick them up as much as they would want to. It's just not. They would just have to make the sacrifice. The circle is going to be in favor of BX Brothers, which is going to push the action from Make Them Run. It's going to come down to now BX Brothers just having the full focus here. Maybe set up the vehicles in a way that if they do end up getting blown up, you will have them as extra cover and use that height advantage that you're going to have on MTR. But as you mentioned earlier, the terrain is just so crazy, especially in this location. All the little divots or the small little craters here and there that Make Them Run could hide behind.
BX Brothers get handed this game on a silver platter. It is their game to win with that circle shift. Now it's just about applying so much pressure that Make Them Run have nowhere to go. All they have is that little ridge line, and I don't think that's in this next zone. This is stage 8, though. This is the final circle shift. Ooh. Yeah, that's it. I mean, BX Brothers are playing this perfectly. All they got to do is just hold that ridge line and shoot at anything that moves. And they should have this game in the bag. If they lose this, it's a miracle play by Make Them Run.
Yeah, but boy, for Make Them Run, you got to give them props. They were at least able there to get within the zone. They do have the numbers advantage, but there you go. BX is just peppering them. They're making sure to keep the pressure on. Any single time they see a player stand up, they end up getting knocked. In Parta, you could see him there trying to go for that pickup, but it's not going to end up working out. And BX Brothers wants to take matters into their own hands. They're making it push here. It's only going to be 2 of them, and they're just making it personal here, too. Getting closer personal, Make Them Run. The last player being alive. Wow. Diddy trying to clutch it up, but BX Brothers is just too much, ladies and gentlemen. I was expecting them to pick it up. I was expecting them to be the Kodiaks of this lobby. And boy, did they just send the message.
They didn't disappoint. Man, that push was a little sketchy, though, I will say. I mean, because all they had to do was just sit there, and that was Chicken Dinner City. But they're like, you know what? We're not going to risk losing 1 elimination to this blue zone. We're going to roll up on them and take them out. That's exactly what they did. Hey, big shout out to Make Them Run. They played that absolutely perfectly. It's just one of those situations where the zone goes in the other direction, and it's a second place game. You know, MVP, though, gonna go to Fleek, and he deserves it, man. 4 eliminations, 800 damage. This guy was putting in some work.
Yeah, I mean, you could see how proactive he was. I felt like he even sent it a little bit too fast when Make Them Run. He was by himself, Jukes. Maybe a bit of a mishap there if the circle didn't end up going their way and somehow ended up going to Make Them Run. But for Fleek, great performance there. 800 damage, like you mentioned, those 4 elims. And for the rest of the squad, too. I mean, everybody was popping off. I can't wait to see how many eliminations they actually ended up with. Because if I'm not mistaken, it's definitely more than 10. It's definitely more than 12. Yeah. Could it be 13?
We'll have to wait and see here in a second. So BX Brothers popped off. They were in 12th place here. Make Them Run, they were in 9th. So they were the second team just right below Skip Zone. Right. And that's crazy is the fact that Skip Zone went out so early 7, right? They go out to a team like KZ. That makes things very, very interesting here. I mean, it is only 1 game, but it is an Erangel. And, you know, that's where Skip Zone really likes to thrive. So that Southern playing path really punished them.
Yeah, I mean, for Skip Zone, we'll have to wait and see what's going to be happening in the later matches. Luckily for them, Miramar is going to be next. But wait. Let's see that match statistics, baby, because Diddy, okay, it was actually Diddy from Make Them Run that ended up with the most LMs. I figured there was going to be somebody that ended up with more than 4 LMs, especially with how aggressive both of those teams were. You got to remember, Make Them Run made the perfect run, actually, towards their location, no pun intended, because that team did their right scouting and rotated. Guess what, Jukes? They rotated early.
Yes. Oh, my gosh. Like, honestly, I'm going to harp on it because this is really hard to watch. Drunk Knights, that hold that they had on Pachinki, right? that against, I think it was Doc, was one of the most ridiculous holds I've ever seen. I mean, they had so much real estate, so much time to just leave that engagement, go to the center circle, right? Live to fight another day. But they held on so long and got punished for it. That there is a clear-cut, like perfect example of just how important positioning is, right? Over these early game eliminations. I mean, and that's not even early game. That's pretty much mid-late game. Like, I don't know, crazy play.
Yeah, crazy play indeed, but maybe they'll learn something from it. I mean, they kind of have to if they want to make it. Only 4 matches left here. It's not 6. You don't have any extra days there to go, unless you make it to the finals. Then that's a completely different story. But here on the semifinals, it is the final day. You know there's a threshold. You know there's a benchmark. You just got to be able to reach it. And then moving on, as we end up seeing, I'm pretty sure at some point here we'll see the match ranking. Show me how many points they ended up with.
Wow.
24 for BX Brothers. Make them run as well as 17. Oh, baby. They're just running with it.
Welcome to the finals, BX Brothers. Just like that
Yep.
in game number 1. I mean, I'm telling you, they made it for sure. Make them run as well, right? So now you got 2 squad 7 that after just 1 game are confident that they're moving forward, okay? So 4 more matches left to go. These guys can do anything they want in the lobby. And I'll tell you, when you don't have that pressure of having to put up points on the board like crazy anymore, the game just feels easier, right? Because now you're in the flow state, right? You're like, oh, when you're really worried about points, sometimes you kind of second guess yourself. You're like, oh, should we do this push? Should we not? Should we stay back? BX Brothers, they're not gonna have to deal with that at all. So everybody on the lobby just got put on notice.
Yeah, the thing is now with I feel like we're prophets here, Jukes. With what we were saying at the beginning of the day too, is that now that this team pretty much they don't really have to do much, they can start being BM to everybody else, unless there's some bragging rights there, unless they want to catch up to Kodiak. But Kodiak, don't even worry about it. You just gotta make it to the finals, all right, BX Brothers.
Yeah.
Worry about something else. Worry about maybe which teams you don't want in the finals, which teams you want to make their life a little bit harder, because there's definitely some teams out there. And when we end up going here to Miramar, Leo, please, Leo, no fighting within the first 10 minutes, unless you have to, unless you really have to, but just run away, go the other way. Miramar's bigger. There's more places where you can actually land.
For sure, man. It's crazy to watch. Yeah, I mean, again, I think we're in stage 2 with 46 players alive. That is crazy, especially in a game like Erangel. This ain't Sanhok, right? So Miramar, we need to see teams just let go of each other. That's one thing that we don't really see here in PMCO versus the later stage tournaments. For example, if you have 2 teams that are on the outside of circle, okay, the zone shifts inwards. And the later stages, both of those teams are kind of like horses. They put blinders up and they're just like, oh, hey, team next to me, I don't see you, right? You don't see us. Let's focus on the team inside. And then once we finish with them, we'll worry about each other afterwards, right? Because they realize if we fight each other, we're both toast, dude. And we're both trying to put points on the board, right? That's not the stage here. And the stage here, like with Drunk Knights, I mean, they had the entire field wide open for them to rotate in, but they just saw Doc and were like, we're not leaving. We're gatekeeping you. We need these points. So hopefully that's something that we can just start seeing here towards the end. It's a hard thing to learn, but man, is it important.
A little bit of coexistence here between this teams is what you're looking for. And yeah, it will be fun, but we've seen them over and over again. They're just so LM hungry. And the thing too is that for that squad that was just waiting there next to Doc, even though the fields were open, something that you got to keep in mind, Jukes, is that there was one squad that was overlooking those fields. And it was the squad that ended up winning with BX Brothers. So it wasn't a bit of situation where like, okay, how long do we wait? Do we want to take this fight? Do we not want to take this fight? So for this squad, it wasn't maybe just as free as we thought it would have been. But overall, first game done and out of the way. I'm looking forward to what the other 4 games are going to be showing us here on the PMCO EEU Season 2. Because if that's anything to give by, who's going to be winning? You know what? Let's do some predictions here. Who's going to be winning this Miramar?
Ooh, BX Brothers, why not? Go at it again. Let's get that point sponge going. What do you think?
I'm gonna go with one team that you actually picked earlier, and I thought maybe you were gonna pick them. and it's gonna be none other than Punk. Punk performed really well yesterday when it came down to Miramar. You harped on him, especially early at the beginning of the show, saying how they need to work on that late game. I feel like this past game is a perfect example of what we're talking about. The team just gets a little bit too comfortable. They need to have a second place plan. I would have actually loved it if they would have had a 2-2 split there in Erangel towards on the other side of the road on the other building, because then I would have had already an availability of just setting up those smokes for the rest of the squad to pop out. Because remember, as soon as they jump out of the buildings, guess what? BX Brothers laser eyes on them. They're already getting people knocked. So I'm hoping that Punks, maybe this will be the game where they can actually clutch up that win.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they can. So I mean, it could be a big opportunity for them. It's just the only thing that's really worrying about for me is that end game, right? That end game decision making. Even in this game, right? They had a great mid game, like I talked about before, but towards the end, it just didn't end up working out for them. Whether it's the circle, shifting away, or one thing after the other, something just seems to be missing there. So hopefully in this Miramar, they patch that. I think it's a good pick. I think it's a good pick for sure, because Punk are definitely moving well.
I mean, yours too, BX Brothers. We just saw what they did here. And guess what? Yesterday, in one of those Miramars, they ended up getting eliminated by Kodiak. Kodiak's no longer here, so that's good to see. Let's take a look here at the replay of what happened earlier on. In case you missed it, KZ Esports Chip Zone. This one, oh man, I'm hoping. I think it's still so early on, and this squad did have a bit of a gap, especially for Chip Zone, that it's not gonna hinder them that much. But if it does, they're gonna be hating themselves.
Yeah, I think so too, man. So Skip Zone, I mean, just a rough game one, and I just think that was just a result of that playing path. It was so southern. They didn't get their Roz Hawk drop. They dropped Milta, and it's just Milta's big, guys. There's so many different areas you could drop, and it's wild to see Skip and KZ drop in that same exact warehouse. Like, I don't know. Like, usually at this stage, you should have a good idea of like parachuting and seeing where other players land. Usually you see people split off, but heck, even at this stage, I mean, people hot drop. And I mean, if you're Skip, you have so many points on the board. I could give you a little bit of a leniency because you're like, hey, you know what?
Yeah.
We're on top. All we got to do is put up a few points. We're going to make it. Let's take this fight. But KZ actually committing to that is wild to see for me, because these guys, they need some points for sure.
And KC, they definitely needed those points. Luckily for them, it ended up working out. They ended up adding some extra points to their tally. I mean, total for that game for KC Esports, it was none other than, I'm trying to find it here. Actually, 5. And it all came from eliminations. So even after that fight that they had early on, it was just an extra element that they were able to find. For KC Esports, not bad. I think that's kind of silly now that I think about it. I think I ended up saying between 5 to 6 points per match, KZ Esports. That way you can put yourself in a position where you can maybe end up striking. They hit my mark, Jukes. They hit my mark. I'm happy with them. I'm not even gonna nitpick them. Just don't.
It worked out. It worked out. But I mean, it could have gone the other way for sure, But hey, you know what? Hey, we take those dubs where we can get them, baby. So good for them there. Man, but we got Miramar coming up around the corner. That's going to be interesting to watch. My first instinct, right, when we're going into this new match is, are we going to see another hot drop, right? Where is the possibility we're going to see another one of those go? We saw Monte Nuevo pop off in the first couple days. We could even see something happen in Pecado, dead center of the map. I just hope that teams, especially lower on the second part of the leaderboards, if you see parachutes even near you, just go in the opposite direction. Get to that late game.
Yeah, I mean, get to the late game is the name of the game right now, because for their squads, they need to be able to secure all those points. For some of their squads, though, you got to remember the playing path. I kind of want to go back into the playing path before we even start the Miramar match, is that it was a lot of western side, especially yesterday, and we ended up getting some even crazier circles with it along the way too. The first one, I think it was southwest, and then the second one was a bit more towards northeast. So all over the place, we want to see adjustments. We want to see those early rotation jukes from these squads.
Yeah, we definitely do. Hopefully we can see that happen here, because towards that stage 5, that map is like as clear as you could possibly get. Even we saw in the last game, right? Make them run. they decided to go to those warehouses where they were in a really dominant position for the rest of the game. And even at first, you saw a little hesitancy, right? They did a little circle around just to make sure that there wasn't anybody sneaking in those warehouses. And what do you know? It was wide, clear, and free. So when you have a team do a rotation like that, I guarantee you they're just going to be like, damn, like the center zone's free this often. Let's take advantage of this fully. So I don't expect make them run to slow down at all.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it'll end up working out. BX Brothers, I'm sure they're going to be looking to just continue to be aggressive. But it all comes down to that smart aggressiveness, because they've been able to actually be really smart. They've been able to just be patient, get into a location. If they do see an opportunity for them to actually make that push, they go for it. And I think we saw that especially in Potato Hill. That was the perfect example of that. But besides that, they just make the right plays. And I'm hoping that those smart plays are going to continue. I'm hoping that some of the other teams end up making those right plays too. One team that I saw them wanting to make the right play was going to be Nexus Gaming, which was a team that was able to qualify to get 5 points out of that. Only 2 Willems and 3 placement points. I was expecting to be a little bit more, but ultimately they ended up getting screwed because they got pinched between KC and BX Brothers as well.
Yeah, and that's just how it goes towards like that end game area. You never know what's going to happen. And Nexus, they were holding that top eastern side of that circle there. And, you know, they did the best what they could with it. That's just kind of like this game in general, right? When you get a good solid circle, you want those double-digit elimination chicken dinners. BX Brothers showed that if we get in that position, we're going to have this no problem, right? Everybody else is now going to be a little bit on that back foot for sure. One team I do want to give props to a little bit, though, especially in their last game, even though they had a tough, rotation, was Raven, right? Raven had to go all the way down south towards them because they just had no choice. But I'm glad that they decided to make a play just to get some eliminations on the board rather than taking a crazy risk like driving up the middle and trying to hope for something good, because we see that happen a lot here.
Yeah, I mean, Raven, what did they end up on? Let me go back and 3 points. Yeah. Well, I'm laughing here because I'm going back and looking at that match ranking. We're like, okay, you know what? Kodiak's not here. Sponge Point is not gonna be as bad. In the first game today, you have BX Brothers, 27 points. Make them run, 17 points. And then third place, 9 points. And then they actually start scaling down a little bit more. That's a bit crazy. That's a bit crazy. Let's see if there's going to be another Sponge Point here. By the way, for everybody currently watching, we're trying to get ready for Miramar, so welcome to the podcast. We pretty much broken down anything that we can possibly break down about that last match. Jukes, how's your day going?
Dude, I'm doing good, bro. I'm doing good. I'm chilling. I'm excited to see, some craziness here in game number 1. I talked about it, at the top of the show, how what I was really looking for is extra urgency in the early games, because towards the end of this tournament, we don't know what's going to happen in the last 2 matches. So BX Brothers and Make Them Run didn't disappoint. That's for sure. Those dudes were like, hey, you know what? We're going to lock in the finals after just 1 match. So yeah, that's fun. But these other teams at the bottom, I'm seeing a lot of the same mistakes, dude. That's the thing that kind of just hurt. It breaks my heart to see just kind of like simple little things that can be fixed that boom, it could have rocket launched you up. But there's still 4 matches left to go, and we still got Sanhok coming around the corner as well. So I'm interested to see that. What about you?
Hey, we got time, man. We got time. You're seeing little mistakes out there. Tell the teams what you're seeing wrong, what they could maybe end up fixing, because we got time, and I'm pretty sure some of these teams would want to go back and review this and maybe learn a thing or two, because a lot of these teams, you mentioned it, some of them are kind of brought up as just friends wanting to play the game, and somehow they end up here at the PMCO, one of the biggest stages that they ever been on.
I mean, if you're somebody that's looking to do this, right? You always want to take a look at the top teams. What do they do, right? Look at their rotations. Look at their decisions when it comes to when to take a fight and when not to. Even BX Brothers in this game that we just saw, they had plenty of opportunities to go for early engagements, but they knew better, right? They're like, hey, you know what? Let's not deal with this. Let's just go ahead and deal with the late game first, get a good position, and hold it, right? One thing that they did better than everybody else, at least I saw in this game, was they were sitting in their vehicles. Guys, you have to be in your vehicle ready to go in stage 2, stage 3, before the circle pops, okay? Your IGL should already be telling you guys, all right, if the zone goes in this direction, we're going to take this spot. If the zone goes in this direction, we're driving and we're taking this spot. So everybody on the team already knows what's going to happen before the circle pops. I mean, this play is obvious. If the circle comes to us, we don't got to do a damn thing. We're just chilling, right? But if the circle goes that way, we got to go this way. If the circle goes that way, we got to go that way. And you got to be in your vehicles ready to move, right? If you're coming into this and just waiting to tell your team what to do after the circle pops, you're screwed. Like, you're going to be so far behind. And I think we saw Alpha try to take the same location BX Brothers had, and BX Brothers beat them to it. And look at the difference. If Alpha would have been that little, half step faster and beat BX Brothers there, they could have won the game, right? So that's a huge one. And then obvious one was what I was talking about, like with the Drunken Knights. As soon as I saw them actually trying to gatekeep, I was like, what are you doing, dude? Because they had that field so dang open. It was crazy. Yeah, BX Brothers was on the top of that hill, but they were a little too far away to even like pressure them. They could have just drove straight down the center and had a dominant position in the zone. But instead, they gate kept and they got taken out right then and there.
Yeah, maybe they were scared too there of Doc taking shots at them. We never know. Maybe they just wanted the eliminations. Honestly, with how
that's what it looked like,
have been
right?
big for me, I feel like everybody just wants those elims. Even if in our minds that we've been seeing a higher caliber gameplay, we're like, okay, don't get those elims. They're like, it don't matter. 7 Jukes, shut your ass up. We want these elims. We want to make sure that we send them back to the lobby, and then they're the ones that end up getting sent back to the lobby. But I agree. I agree. The decision making a lot. The what?
When I saw that one drunk Knights player just run into Pachinki by himself, I was like, "Oh, dude, what?" That's where I was like, "Yeah, these guys want them bad."
Well, you know what? You guys are probably tired of us yapping for the longest time. So we'll be back to the second match of Day 3 of the PMCO EEU Season 2 Semifinals after this break.
New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
They can draw the line.
and I'm out in a storm. I still come aiming, I pressure and rain.
Whoa.
No fear, every step I claim, face strong. Not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock. 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
They can draw the
a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock. 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
And I'm out in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock. 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the word respect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
in a storm, I still come aiming, I heard shit and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I changed. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock. 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
And I'm out in the storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock. 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
They draw the line.
And I'm out in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock. 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem.
just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart. Two. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
They draw the line.
And I'm out in the storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock. 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem.
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart. Two. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
They draw the line.
And I'm out in the storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock. 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem.
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the word respect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock, 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC plus era. Unlock RP A15 now.
And we're back, baby. Let's go. About to hit up match number 2 of the PUBG Mobile Club Open Eastern Europe Season 2, last day of the semifinals. Let's get it going here, bro. Well, dude, I'll tell you what, Seven. We've had a good amount of time. We've had a good amount of time here, dude. I hope these players really had a good conversation with each other. You know what I'm saying, Seven? They were like, hey, guys, let's get it together. You know what I'm saying? Maybe
I hope they weren't doing what I was doing, bro, fighting the urge to go to the toilet because I didn't know when we were coming back. So I was like, oh my god, do I go now? Do I not go now? Because number 2 be doing you like that. I was talking to people in the chat. They're like, go 7. I'm like, no, I can't. I don't know when we're coming back. What were you up to, bro?
Bro, dude, I was smiling the whole time because I didn't have a timer, so I was just like this. No, you know what I'm saying? Nah, dude, I was just chilling, vibing out, waiting, you know. I'm telling you, the second I hear that plane path, my heart is going to skip a beat because I'm so pumped for this next match, dude. Miramar coming around the corner. For those of you guys that are just tuning in, you know, it is the last day of the semifinals. Group A versus Group C. If you want to rewind, you could hear about all the stuff we talked about because we definitely have discussed everything we possibly can about what's coming up here, right? So if I could just think about the different theories that I could have going into this match. We talked about hot drops, maybe Picado, maybe some other place. Dude, if only I could see the future, Seven. You know what I'm saying? If I had that ability, I would use it right now. If I could only use it one time, I would tell you right now, this is what we're gonna do. And if the overalls is here. Let's go. Let's take a look. This is exactly where we're standing at. This is now we can have something to talk about. You can just see right now, where did BX Brothers go? All the way up to 5th place. So BX Brothers, make them run, big chilling right now. I'm gonna call it, Seven. I'm gonna think that cutoff is probably gonna be around BRBA Sports, 47 points.
Yep.
So if you guys in the chat are BRBA fans, Notorious fans, you need to be cheering on BX Brothers and make them run. So hopefully they get all the points so that nobody below them could possibly pass these two teams up.
And I mean, with the way that some of these teams are playing, also, you got to keep in mind, Numb, a squad that is in Group A that's going to continue to play, they're going to be passing Notorious. They're going to be passing BRBA here shortly as well. Punk Esports, I mean, these teams are just going to keep on trickling down. And I feel like this is why we were so worried about Chip Zone as well. Because Chip Zone coming into today, they had 37 points. In that first match, they were only able to get 1 point. And look how much they have dropped so far. They went from 8th place all the way down to 12th place because Jukes, everything is just so close, especially going into this last match. Honestly, throughout the 3 days, even especially the first 2 days, everything has been so close that I feel like we're starting to even see it more here on the final day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the one thing that's kind of tough when you have these different groups facing each other is that the overall leaderboards, you just can't trust them, right? And that's one thing I tell a lot of like players and teams that are going into a scenario like this is you could think that, oh yeah, we're in 6th place, you know, going into the final day. That's going to be enough points, you know, and then you get passed up and you're out, you know? So it's like, that's why we were stressing so much. I think, what was the number that we said? It was 55, I think, right? If you had 55 points, you were probably going to be safe. Anything below that, you're in that danger zone. And BRBA is looking worse and worse by the second here. And it's only been 1 game, you know? And Skip Zone had a terrible game 1. So if they just bounce back in another match, which after seeing their first day's performance, you know, it's most likely going to happen, they are going to pass them up possibly in this game right here, right now. So it's going to be a little bit concerning for those teams for sure. The biggest hope, like I was talking about earlier, I think for those squads that are in that danger zone, is you got to really hope that just make them run and BX Brothers kind of start pulling off a Kodiak and just soak up so many points that they can survive. But if they don't, like for example, let's say make them run and BX Brothers go out early this game, dude, that's gonna open the door tremendously for those teams at the bottom.
I'm all for it, honestly. Make it happen. Make them run. No, make it happen. Because I want to see some of these teams just continue to trickle down. I mean, if you weren't able to perform in the first 2 days and you're just kind of hoping that, oh man, please, the team just sponge up all these points, it just ain't going to be happening. To even highlight more what you've been talking about between those teams, right? Especially for BIBA Esports with those 47 points. When you go all the way down to 16th place, which what people are assuming to be the cutoff, but I'm not going to say that because we don't really know. You have the Noisy Boys with 28 points. That is just a 21 point difference between these rosters, between being in 7th place all the way down to 16. So you can tell right there what's at stake. And then you have Destined to Rise, a team that's going to continue to play as well, that's in 17th place. They're only separated by 20 points. And with 4 games left, I mean, the average, if we're trying to be mathematicians here, is going to be just 5 points per game, which is totally doable for some of these teams. It's easier said than done, and I think that's why you're mentioning you want to see some of those teams towards the top, continue to sponge up a lot of those points because it's going to make it harder for them to pass. But if that's not the case, then for those teams that are Group B that are not going to be playing today, that weren't able to do enough in the first 2 days that they played, they're just going to see their numbers start going down.
For sure. And I mean, it's crazy because when you're talking about that math, those teams that are in that 15th, 16th position, all they have to do is do what they did the first day. You know, if they're able to just replicate those amount of points, they're going to be safe. So they don't have to even do better, right? They could even afford one okay match. As long as they do decent on the other 4, they're going to be solid. You know, at the end of the day, when it comes to PMCO, all I want to see is the best of the best move forward, period. You know, like I could go and hyper theorize and be like, oh, is this team at the bottom going to make it? But then we're going to just see them trickle out come finals time. I want to see squads that are going to show improvement, show the ability to like, be like, all right, you know, we did this. It didn't work. We'll switch it up. One team that I did see that was Leo, right? Leo hot dropped in Pachinki on game 1 in the first day. Then they moved on over to farm and made some tweaks and some adjustments, right? So anytime I could notice that, I'm going to be like, all right, I got my eye on this squad. Let's see if they can make those little bit of those tweaks, right? The problem is that when you're on the final day, the last 2 games are chaos. It's really impossible to predict what's going to happen because there's going to be some squads that give up. You're going to have the teams that are already going to make it just going crazy, elimination hungry. So in all honesty, for any team at the bottom, for me to be like really hyping you guys up right now, I'm going to say that this is the game for real, 7, right? I think that you need to win this game if you want to have a chance of making it.
How far at the bottom? Do you have?
I'll go all the way down to
if not, then
anybody 18th place on down.
Oh, including Ray. Okay, all right. By the way, production, if we're not about to start the game, do me a favor, pull up the overall.
Let's take a look at it
then
again.
We can actually highlight a little bit more of what we're talking about here. Okay, cool. Just heard in my ear, 2 minutes. So we'll see if we get a chance to see the overall. If not, we're just going to jump into the game.
Let's go. I think we're going to go into the game right now. I think we're going to hop into the match.
Baby.
Let's get it going. So let's go ahead and get into this second one. I am so stoked. Here it is, the plane path. Going all the way from south up to north. Game number 2 has begun, folks. I appreciate everybody sticking with us here. I know just how much brave to hear us talk in between these games. And you know what? We're going to give it. Let's go.
I'm going to try to guess what you said because you sounded like you were underwater for me. But yeah, I'm excited for this plane path. I'm excited for the plane path to actually be different than the west side. We're going to be going from Impala, passing Hacienda del Patron, water treatment, Minas Generales, all of that fun stuff. And I'm with you, Jukes. I'm going to be looking to see what Leo Esports is going to be doing because this squad cannot be allowed to hot drop once again. And in regards to what you were saying, 18th place all the way down to 24th place, I still think that there are some teams there that can, even if they have a bad match, that they can definitely pop off a performance where they can be pushed towards the top 15, towards the top 14. So I'm gonna hold off a little bit more. I think my cutoff, I will definitely know once we get past Sanhok, because Sanhok, with the madness that it allows, with how close everything is, I gotta wait.
Oh gosh, 7 making the bold predictions. Love to hear it. Yeah, I think Sanhok is definitely going to be an easy time to start doing projections then. Let's take a look at this circle, though. Hey, Leo, they didn't do any hot drops. They were actually the first out the plane. They're going to Puerto Payaso, and they're going to be pretty chilling because this circle is going to be in this location. So they should be able to get looted up, you know, and get moving here really quickly. Looking at the map, though, I'm not seeing any team really too close together, except in Los Leones. But Los Leones is such a huge place that they shouldn't have to deal with those engagements. So a nice, good start here. Maybe that long break paid off for these teams. They were able to kind of be like, hey, you know what? Let's avoid these hot drops. Worked out for them in Miramar.
It could end up working out. We're looking here at none other than Drunk Knights. I know we had some discussions in regards to this squad, Jukes, earlier on, but I'm seeing, oh my goodness,
wow,
there's no way. Shipzone once again getting into an early engagement with a completely different roster, and a roster that's going to be none other than Punk. Two squads that I guess you could say for Punk, you're almost there, right? You're almost at that point. With how close everything is, I think Shipzone is just saying, you know what, man, we just want to fight. We just want to end up fighting anybody that comes near us. It doesn't matter what map it is. We're just going to be sending it here. And yeah, I kind of wanted to wait a little bit longer, Jukes, just to see what's going to be happening. Man, just because of how close everything is, like even 24th place all the way up to 13th place, they're just separated by 25 points. And with some of this consistent performances that we haven't really been getting, it's just such a toss-up for me to even try to predict.
Yeah, that makes total sense. I think the reason why I'm saying that right now is because of just that factor of what's going to happen in the last 2 games. You know, I think if you really want to feel confident that you're going to make it to the finals, the earlier the better. You don't want to wait until then to really try and make something happen, because that chaos is going to be ridiculous. I promise you guys, it's going to happen. And let's see what happens. So here, though, we got, you know, a nice little fight in Picado. So we ended up getting a hot drop. Punk Esports, that team that's so strong in mid game. Let's see how their early game is. They're already down a player. They lost blue. And unfortunately, I'm looking at these players right now. They're all missing vests. So Bad Boy does have an AK. That is the weapon to have early game. But he's going to have to make a play here. Ooh, yeah, he doesn't want to give away his position. So you can see him doing that little lean. Leon, yeah, no vest, no helmet at all. 176 shot to the head. They're instant knocked.
Waiting patiently too, considering that you mentioned it. It is the beginning of the day.
Oh,
Here
Leon
it is the beginning
got
of this game, but Molotovs are going to be coming in. The utility is going to be coming in there from Shipzone. Meanwhile, Pisces just being patient. He's going to get spotted though. Oh man, just getting pitched, being able to get one, but it's just too many players there of Shipzone and Punk, a team that I was actually. Let me rewind there real quick. 45 minutes back into the past. I had that team winning this match. Boy, have they let me down with that hot drop right there. Being the first team eliminated. Ooh, not what I was expecting there out of Punk. Punk needs to wake up.
Dude, yeah, that was a really unfortunate one, but it was a really good sign for Skipzone, because this is the second game in the row they have to deal with hot drops. And they lost the first one. They win the second without losing a single player. So great scenario for them. It's always difficult to have that bounce back game, 7, right, after a bad one, especially when it comes to like the final day. So to see that from Skip is a great sign for me.
It could be. Now who else is going to be able to step up here, especially with Punk? I mean, Punk is out. Destined to Rise is out as well. You got the Noisy Boys having a chance to step up. I mean, 14th place, currently 33 points, all the way down to even Leo, 17 points. PNG, 14 points, 19-point difference here for this squad. Actually, 21-point difference here for this squad. Meanwhile, Drunk Nice is just taking a nice little moment here. Maybe he was doing what I was doing, going to the restroom. He's like, I'll be back, boys. I'll be right back. I can't hold on any longer. Meanwhile, Drunk Knight's trying to keep an eye out here on some of the other teams driving by. BX Brothers, you were expecting this team to win. I'm expecting this team to win, to actually have a good performance, Jukes.
Yes, sir, indeed, man. I'll tell you one thing that happened with that fight too with Skip. With those 4 points, that's gonna make them pass up TGM, which is not playing today. So they're gonna go down another slot. They're only a few points away from passing up BRBA and Notorious. So if Skip just has one more good engagement here, they're gonna pass them up. So, man, things not looking good for those squads in particular. Let's see what happens. So BX Brothers, this is the big threat in the lobby right now. Nothing to lose, nothing to worry about. They've locked their finals position after just game number 1.
One Tap Romania now in a perfect spot here. We've been talking about some of these teams being able to just control a certain area, control the center of the map, rotate early on, and right now this team wouldn't want to be in even a better perfect location. As for this circle, if we were to show it, you'll see that they are kind of there towards the middle, but it's so early on. Stage 1, you still gotta wait and hope that it ends up going your way. But with this location and with how much they can actually see here, they could possibly end up getting some eliminations going their way, which if that is the case, One Tap, I'm hoping that that's exactly what's gonna be happening there for you guys, considering you're at 19 plays there with 21 points. KC Esports chilling. They already lost Baka early on, but they do have 4 eliminations going their way. This stuff, man, it's actually insane to me how close everything is.
Yeah, it is. It's right there. It's right there. And man, you're right. Come Sanhok time, it's going to be crazy to watch. This is why I think it's so imperative for those teams. Looking at the leaderboards here on the right side, definitely for 20th place on down, you really need a big game here and now. For sure. And the crazy part is that, like, since Kodiak, I kind of see what you're saying, because Kodiak soaked up so many points that there's not like a big point gap from, you know, 13th to 14th or even like 9th to on down. So like a good chicken dinner, double-digit eliminations can pretty much save almost everybody, even Doc, who only has 8 points so far. If they put up a 20-point game, they could be safe. But they got to do it now. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's honestly ridiculous how close everything is right now between all these rosters. A good pop-up performance could set you up. Look at him drifting right there. Okay, I see you, buddy. Chill out. This ain't Tokyo. But with everything going on here, I'm looking at some of the other squads that are going to be coming in. You got Raven starting to come in too. Nexus as well. Leo towards the south. Leo, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing here out of Leo, because they should have a free rotation up towards the north if they fully commit to it, especially with some scouting there, not be too crazy. But maybe they'll be able to move up and at least get within the zone.
Yeah, let's see how they're going to decide to make that rotation. I'm looking here at the map. I am really impressed to see how some of these teams are moving and grooving. Feel like that break paid dividends for some of these teams, because I think they got to get a good idea of, okay, what happened in game 1, what was free, what wasn't. Oh, early fights are absolutely destroying us. Okay, let's just wait to get towards endgame, because we're now reaching stage 2. There's 55 players still alive. We are going to see some people get caught on rotation, but dang, we're definitely noticing a lot more spots taken up here.
It would be, and what I tell you, One Tap, perfect location for them to just be able to start finding players from Numb, and Numb just getting picked apart here. They already lost 1 player. BX Brothers, I see you in the elimination feed too. Oh, PNG, no. If you were to have any team out there that needs those points, I mean, PNG is definitely one of them. They already lost 2 players, and they have KZ on top of them as well. Meanwhile, Chipzone is just wanting to fight everybody, dude. Chipzone doesn't understand. They're like, okay, bring them coming. Keep them coming. If they're close by, we're going to just be taking shots at them.
Yeah, you can tell. I think they're holding a little bit of a grudge after game 1. You know, I think they were so hyped coming into today, and then just getting taken out early like that, especially to KZ. They're a little bit extra hungry to get into the action. 5 eliminations already. And dang, we're seeing more teams get taken out on rotation. Penguin, they had the right idea. I just think that they kind of full sent it rather than leapfrogging. They didn't really scout that position and they got punished for it. So a tough rotation for them. And that's the thing, is that as the later we go in the tournament, you know, we're going to see people start adjusting strategies, and things that you think are free aren't going to be free anymore. It's going to make things a little bit more difficult for you. I like this little split that One Tap's doing. You got one player up on that mountainside. He's going to get a lot of vision. Intel and Miramar is so important. The next zone does pop, though. Where are we headed? Ooh, up to La Bendita.
Ooh.
Okay. All right. Definitely noticing a lot more coverage here than before, because I think in the past couple of days we would have seen like that place where Doc is wide open, but no, it's already taken, and it is taken by Doc, that team that I talked about, right? They need a double-digit elimination chicken dinner here for them to have such a dominant location. This is actually a really, really good spot to be in.
Yep, much quicker rotations for some of these rosters, and making sure that they secure as much space as possible. And one team that was set up perfectly earlier to just be able to pick up fights, it was One Tap Romania. Now One Tap Romania is going to have to move around. They're outside the circle. They're going to have to leave that comfort that they had early on. Luckily for that team, they were only able to get at least just one elimination, which is something. But now you got to switch your focus to what's going to be happening there towards the middle. I saw BX Brothers as well with that 2-2 split that they are currently known for, moving towards the center of the circle, but they've got to make sure that they don't give too much area, too many openings for some of the other teams, because you might end up getting surprised and just getting crashed on. Make them run. Currently trying to run towards the center of the circle. Meanwhile, Raven and Doc also has that 2-2 split, Jukes, and it's honestly not a 2-2 split that I hate, because you are going to be able to just take advantage where Frozen is going to be at. As long as they gotta win their fights, though. If those two guys that are really close here to Raven don't win their fights, or don't at least get one knock, that's gonna be tough.
For sure. Yeah, that's the biggest danger when it comes to these 2-2 splits. Like, the second you feel like there's another team coming close to you, the rest of the squad needs to be there.
Shoot.
Senso has an off angle here, but they leave one player isolated, and he pushes up by his lonesome. Super dangerous for Pasha, but he does get it off. The rest of the team, get in the vehicles. Come help out your squad. You got to win this fight. Oh, no. It's up to Pasha. He has to make a play. By his lonesome. In the building. Oh, great knock there. He knocks Lucy with a pump shotty. Can he do another? Great coverage. They got enough time now. The rest of the team from Doc need to get here to help him out.
And now Pasha's going to be taking advantage of this, because it is going to be the last player, at least from Raven, on the side, but he's going to end up losing that fight. The crazy part out of all this is that Doc had angles on angles, and now they're finally deciding to make this rotation. You're going to have to go through. You're going to have to come in. He's going to be able to find one that's knocked. You're going to have to switch around 180. He's the one that gets caught. Raven turning it around here for Doc, as they are just dropping the ball over and over again. From what it looked like, they had a numbers advantage. No longer. That's not the case. Now it's gonna come down to a 1v1. Now it's gonna come down to a team that definitely needs to get this point in Doug Senso, making the push here. Some of the players are still knocking. He needs to make sure he finishes this one quickly, and boy, that is the worst time possible to show the map, as we do have this fight going on. Senso going on the outside with just barely 1 HP, Jukes.
It gets third-partied! Oh, the worst-case scenario for Doc. So many mistakes. Each and every single one of them punished. Super unfortunate there. 1v1s happened. Players were just a little too far spread apart. And now we're moving on over to Tip Zone, putting in some work on a One Tap. Now that's how you work in the squad. Pushing together as a unit. 12 eliminations. That's how you do it, folks.
Fed John with the 8 elims all on his own, too. That is disgusting. And we talked about earlier in regards to who's going to be the MVP. Well, Fed John, you keep that kind of performance up, you might end up being the MVP. But for Doc, man, what an awful performance that was, if I'm being completely honest. The people that had the off angle, they were literally just looking at the players rotate into the building without taking them shot. You gotta take a shot, even if you ain't gonna knock them. You had the free angle on taking that shot. It will make them think twice about pushing towards your teammates, and their reaction time was just too slow. And Chip though is just killing themselves here as they're just pushing everybody. Line them up because this team is wanting to continue on. The grenade's gonna be coming in, and ladies and gentlemen, Chip Zone, even though they lost 2 players, they're up to 14 eliminations.
Oh my goodness. Skip Zone have been activated here in game number 2. I mean, look how early this is. We're still at stage 4, and these guys have 14 eliminations. They're just pushing everybody. This is crazy. We didn't even see Kodiak with this level of aggression.
Now slowing it down there a bit. Switching over to next. The team that needs those points as well. Finding Nexus on the rotation. The Booney's not going to be the last player standing for that squad, as Nexus not really being able to do much about anything here. And it's a team, 33 points. They do have 3 elims this match, but it's just not a comfortable situation where you want to find yourselves when, especially because you got the Noisy Boys on one side, and then to the other side, getting ready with grenades is none other than BX Brothers, and BX Brothers is not going to let you just stay there. They're not going to coexist with you. They're going to want you to back the F up.
That is right. Get off me. That is what they're saying. And BX Brothers, 2 eliminations so far, but you know they're going to soak up some of those points later on as we get into this match. So, man, I'm telling you, for everybody watching right now, if you're one of those fans of some of the Group B teams that are in that mid-pack on the leaderboards at the start of the day, I mean, you're cheering on Skip Zone. You're cheering on Make Them Run and BX Brothers, hoping that they take up all the points. Because Skip Zone, after this game, I mean, they have secured their spot in the finals.
Oh, yeah, they got nothing to worry about. 52 points, 14 elims, 2 players left alive. I expect them, honestly, keep on doing what you guys were doing in this game. Just send it to everybody. Don't give a damn, because that was so much fun to see as we do get the new song popping in here. There you go. We show it now when there's no fights going on. Right on. BX Brothers going to be straight down the middle. They do have currently a 3-1 split. Flick, you got to watch out, Flick. Earlier, I remember you ended up sending it by yourself. You do have a vehicle to work with. I wonder if he's going to just maybe focus a little bit more towards his squad. And there you go. He is. Great decision making there by Flick and the BX Brothers squad.
BX Brothers, dead center of this map. They are big chilling right now. So they are playing keep away from a team that is pretty close to them. But honestly, these guys could both coexist. Them and Nexus, as long as they just focus on their own sight lines, this could be a great game for both of these teams. BX Brothers does not want to take this fight with Nexus. If they take this fight, there's a huge chance they get third-partied. Best thing to do is just leave them be for a little while. And I'm telling you, BX Brothers, they have that heads up. They know exactly that is the right play. So you can see them they're keeping an eye, making sure Nexus doesn't do anything crazy, right? But this should be an easy game for both these teams.
Okay, there you go. Nates are going to be coming in.
Look at that coexisting.
Look
at them. This is good
They're
coexisting
not
right here.
Coexist, Dukes. They're not going to coexist. I called it out.
I mean,
right
why?
away.
Why throw the name?
That's the worst team you want to be next to if you're Nexus, because they're just going to be peppering them. But for BX Brothers, I fully agree with you, by the way. I wish that they would end up coexisting, because they're just wasting so much utility there for no reason. Nexus ain't going to be pushing you anytime soon. They're currently pinned down by the Noisy Boys. And then for this squad, now they're starting to focus on something else. Now for BX Brothers, we're like, okay, you know what? Skip Zone, we don't want you anywhere near us. So let's take some shots at you.
Exactly. And then plus Nexus being there is actually good for BX Brothers, because if another team pushes up, there's another layer of defense you have to even have there. So I mean, if for example the Noisy Boys push up towards BX Brothers, they got to deal with Nexus first, and then that's an easy third party for BX Brothers. So yeah, it was an interesting nade for sure. Maybe it was just like a little nade to let them know, hey, don't look at us. Stay down.
Noisy Boys taking some shots there on Raven. Nexus, nah, they're just chilling here. They're like, okay, you know what, boys? We're just going to lay down. We're going to be snaking our way through. We ain't going to be doing absolutely nothing if we don't have to. Let them waste all that utility as much as they can. Wow, Noisy Boys making sure that they just take shots on anybody here. They're wanting to be aggressor. They're wanting to possibly get some eliminations here and there. Noisy Boys getting closer though to Nexus. And this is going to be Cansor. Cansor is going to be far away from his squad too. Risky play.
Yeah, the reason why I said what we were doing to that Noisy Boys player is I think I only saw him have like 10 rounds of 5.56 left. He was burning through all his util. It's gonna be interesting to see. Maybe he has a teammate that has some that's he's willing to share. Ammunition is like gold here in Miramar. It is the one map where you want to make sure you are absolutely stacked with as much utility as possible towards the late game. Look at that, that drive around. Absolutely crazy to watch. Next zone does pop. Centers right on up. BX Brothers are still big chilling. There's that warehouse all the way to that left side of the map, but it's just outside of the circle. Hey, skip zone. Now gonna move up to the hay bales, but they get punished on that rotate. But they've done enough, honestly. 14 eliminations is good. If that last player could just hold on to get some placement points, it's gonna be a great game for them.
It could end up being a great game. Noisy Boys now starting to move around even more. Cansor, we talked about him. He's being patient. He kind of slowed down a bit there for him. He's trying to get into position to just allow a bit of scouting and let his team move up, because this squad is now going to be outside of the zone. And for BX Brothers, I mean, now they decided to coexist with Nexus. You got your wish, Jukes. You got exactly what you wanted. They stopped paying attention on Nexus and they started paying attention there on Chipstone.
That's the right play. The only thing about the Noisy Boys is, yeah, look at this. Look at Hyso. He doesn't even have a full mag in his M4. That's gonna be tough. Black up close and personal though. Gets there with the shotgun. That's and yeah, now you don't have to worry about having ammunition anymore. You're gone. This works out.
Cansor got caught. That was the big question mark. Cansor being a little bit too far away, being a little bit too eager there, ends up getting caught by none other than Nexus Gaming. And now you have BX Brothers starting to move up here on Num. Could they be too greedy here from BX Brothers, wanting to take fights with just everybody else and making sure they pop everybody else too? They only have 2 eliminations to show up for, but I mean, for this one right now, doing whatever they can with it though.
Single
Taking
tap.
shots at anybody that just shows their heads.
Single tap. He's only got 34 shots left. You saw Looney doing it. Looney was using that single tap because he needed to conserve every single amount of ammunition. Yeah, he tries to go for the reload. He got nothing. So you gotta track how much ammo you have left here in the late game of Miramar. And look at this. I mean, on top of the roof in the wide open, BX Brothers have so much control over the zone. You better watch out though. Yeah. Get
Quick
back
reaction right there, getting off the roof, making sure Chipzone didn't end up knocking them. Chipzone now is going to start collecting those placement points, and they are going to be happy because even though there's 2 players alive, those 14 elims are going to be coming huge into play, and we'll end up moving them up the leaderboard. Nexus, though, making sure the Noisy Boys doesn't have any option here, as now Leo getting into the action as well, helping the Noisy Boys get eliminated by Leo Esports. There you go. They're out and out. 2 points from eliminations. They will end up collecting some points there from placement points. But at least, Leo, we got to give you props. I got to give you props. We didn't see you fighting early on. You try to focus a little bit more there towards the end game. Good job.
Good job, Steve. See what ISO could do. Getting caught. So that is the Noisy Boys gone. So now Nexus can start setting their eyes towards BX Brothers, especially if the zone does center up. Let's see exactly what their strategy is going to be. Looney is so low on ammunition, he had to switch to a bow. Okay, yep. That is it. BX Brothers are still in this circle.
Yes.
Now it's time to start defending that push.
Yes, I'm so happy right now. I'm seeing the explosive bow. It's happening, Sook. It's happening. We got a chance to see this at PMWC. He came in clutch for Weibo Gaming at times. A team that ended up being in the top 3 at PMWC, if I remember correctly. Now, BX Brothers, at least Looney being able to use it there. Wasn't able to knock anybody, but man, it's just such a pain in the butt for some of the other teams that you end up getting shot by the explosive bow, because you are just being controlled within that area. If you try to pop up or anything, you might end up getting damaged by that explosive bow, and it's just gonna force you to run through your heels.
Here we go. Here we go, though. Here comes the push from Nexus. Oh, Skipstone all by himself, putting in some work. Fat John, all but getting caught by Numb towards the end. That's going to stop that dominance we saw from Skipstone there. Nets, peeking all by his lonesome. He's outside of the blue. There is nowhere you're going. Nexus pushing though. That is KZ Esports eliminated. Now BX Brothers need to worry about their backs. Now you got to start worrying about Nexus.
And now is the time when
Top 3
coexistence
situation.
is done. It's time to get that divorce, baby. It's time to go after each other. Get the lawyers, sign it up, get the judge on your side because Nexus is starting to go down. And boy, they made that look so easy. BX Brothers sending Nexus to the lobby. Meanwhile, Fleek with the squad, with the great smart rotation that he did earlier on, making sure that nobody's going to be making up a push because guess what? It's none other than BX Brothers and Make Them Run. Once again, being the last two standing.
This is deja vu, right? This is the same thing we saw in the last match. So the top 2 teams in match number 1, the last 2 squads alive. This is the best case scenario for those Group B teams because these are the squads you want to put up points. They're already going to the finals. So as far as the leaderboards go, it's pretty inconsequential for the teams at the bottom to have these 2 teams up top. Who's going to win though? That's the question.
I'm absolutely loving it. It's just going to keep on making it closer and closer. We have now 2 teams starting to become that sponge point, right? Yesterday, it was none other than Kodiak and SSE. Today is going to be Make Them Run and BX Brothers. And it's going to make it up to possibly the last game. We don't know who's going to be going there to the finals, which I'm all for it here and Make Them Run. Hoping that they're going to be using the edge here. BX Brothers, I don't believe they're going to be inside this circle. And I don't know how much transportation they have going their way, too, for BX Brothers. We know that they're more than likely going to have some utility. They do have the roofs there to their advantage. And you can see they're 60 meters outside of the circle. So we're going to hope that they get a knock and try to get a little bit closer. There you go. You do have transportation. They're going to be going for it. Oh, dang. You're going to be driving around, trying to see if you can get somebody ran over. They do end up running somebody over. Going to hop out, make the quick play, baby, and start shooting. And there you go. BX Brothers makes it look so easy with the 180, with the drive-through running people over. And that is back-to-back wins.
Ugh. That was disgusting, dude. Are you kidding me? They did not wait at all. I mean, it made total sense in the sense that they were both on that edge of that circle. They knew that the zone was going to close and it was going to be a dice roll of who won the game at that point. But Zing said, nah, I'm hopping in this buggy. We're winning this game. And just straight to lead and Make Them Run. Hey, back-to-back chicken dinners, baby, for BX Brothers. This is crazy to watch.
BX Brothers showcasing why they were the second place team at the finals from PMCO EEU Season 2 because, man, that was just an absolute smoke show, too. And the first time, if I'm not mistaken, Jukes, that we get a team here so far in the semifinals with the back-to-back chicken dinner. We have had Kodiak getting really close, but they didn't get a chance to actually go for that back-to-back. And no surprise, that is not somebody from BX Brothers. It's actually gonna be Fat John from Ship Zone, getting those 11 eliminations and 1100 damage. That conversion rate that these MVPs have been putting up lately, I love it.
Bro, that man's thick. Look at those eliminations. 11 total, 1100 damage. The conversion rate is beautiful, man. This guy popped off. And that's another team, right, that we got to talk about here. Skip Zone got active in this last one. They were hunting down everybody. They did an entire match worth of points, like by zone 4, right? So they were big chilling at that point. So with that game, they're good to go in the finals as well. So now you got 3 big squads that are a huge threat to the rest of the lobby.
All right. Well, Fat John, congrats. Hopefully you'll be able to follow up that performance as you were the one with the most elims, the most damage that we're able to see, and also the most throwable eliminations with up to 3. I think that might be some of the most that we have seen so far in this semifinals too. But great performance there out of Ship Zone, even though they didn't get the win. Now they fully secured themselves a spot in the finals. I'm happy to say that for Ship Zone, they did perform really good too in day 1. Not of the likes of what Kodiak was able to do, but I mean, let's be honest. Unless BX Brothers wins every single match here, they might end up tying them in regards to points. But it's a far stretch thing for it to happen, Jukes.
My mind would explode if that happens. I mean, there's no way anyone's passing up Kodiak. I mean, what was it? Yeah, 15.6 points per game. Unheard of, folks. So, like, if BX Brothers even get close to that. That's ridiculous. The finals is going to be crazy. That's all I know for sure, because we're seeing some big talent here on the board. I mean, BX Brothers, Make Them Run, are being pretty consistent. The one fight that really broke my heart, though, in that last match was none other than Doc, dude. What happened in that one there? We saw Pasha. He had such a great play all by himself, you know? He was doing some work with that shotgun. He had the whole team down and out, and then he just went and straight and pushed it all by himself, and then they turned it around on him. So, a tough one to watch, and because of that, 0 points total for that game. Hard to see.
Yeah, for Doc, I mean, I said it during that moment right there. The players that were supposed to be getting the off angle, they just allowed them to freely moved up. They didn't even try to take some shots. The only time they took some shots was when the other players from the other team were in the same building. Besides that, they were just waiting. They were like, oh, hey, guys. They were probably just giving out comms, which is not something you want to see, especially if you're supposed to be getting the off angle. You got to take shots. Even if you don't hit them, just make them think twice about actually making that push. And there you have the overall right there. No surprise seeing BX Brothers jump up all the way up to second place, passing Star Soldiers Epic, and make them run in 5th place. And if we keep going down there, Jukes, look at how everything is shaping up right now. Look how close everything still is, because those two teams were just sponging up so many points.
Dude, things are looking super sketchy. You already got Strong Boys in 15th place. They're not playing today. They're gone. Yeah, TGM with 40 points. Not looking. They're looking pretty gone as well, guys. Even looking all the way up to BRBA. Like I said, that was the big cutoff. 47 points with 3 matches left to go. I mean, they're not looking too pretty. You have to really, really hope that BX Brothers, Make Them Run, and Skip Zone just go crazy here in these next matches if you even want to hope to survive.
And I'm going to be looking at some of those other teams there towards the bottom. Leo Esports, still only there with 20 points. Alpha Team GG, One Tap Romania, destined to rise. Everything is so close that if you end up getting a 5 elimination game point and then back that up with just a couple of placement points, you could be pushed up even higher. If you, once again, I'll repeat this over and over. You do not, and I repeat, you do not want to be the 16th place team. You want to give yourself an even more of a cushion, because we don't know for sure how many teams are going to be moving over to the finals. So we'll have to wait and see and find out. KZ Esports there with 40 points. TGM 2 with 40 points. Everything is super close. And now we get a chance to go to my favorite map.
Sanhok, baby!
Sanhok.
Let's go. Let's go, dude. Oh, man. Sanhok, you always have a special place in my heart. That's for sure. Now, Seven, I know you wanted to do some of those predictions right after Sanhok, right? But I'm going to ask you this question because I think we have enough data for sure. In order to make it into the finals that you feel comfortable going into the Sanhok, which team on down do you feel needs to win the Sanhok?
Doc.
I mean, that's for sure. Right?
Doc Esports. If there was a team that I would say maybe it's out, if you wanted like an actual, I would say Doc. Doc is probably going to be out. They're just with the way that they play that, man, that was just such a big scratching of the head moment that happened between those two squads. Penguin Esports too. Drunk Knights is out there too. A team that would have to actually get the win, it would have to be any of those teams that are below 30 points. Destined to Rise, One Tap Romania. Because then you have to rely on just consistent performance. And right now they are towards the bottom. So they have not been showing a consistent performance.
Yeah, I think that's a great number, a great cutoff, because it's right there. It's right there for sure. I think that considering, like I'm talking about, the chaos we're going to see in the last 2 matches, for sure, Drunk Knights with 17 points, Penguin with 16, and Doc with 8. They are not mathematically impossible yet, but they have to win this Sanhok. At least in my opinion, you got to win this Sanhok here and now if you want to stand a chance of making it to the finals. If they don't win it this one, or at least get minimum 15 points, I don't think they're going to make it.
Which team?
I'm gonna go Drunk Knights all the way down to Doc. I seriously think Drunk Knight needs 15 because even if they get 15 points, that'll put them up to 32, and that'll allow a little bit of room for error with that chaos in the last 2 matches. So I'm gonna put it right there. 15, do or die for these last 3 teams.
I agree. I agree with you in regards to that. 15, it's a solid number. It's a doable number. Sanhok, we saw yesterday some teams being able to use Sanhok to their advantage. Heck, Leo Esports was one of those teams that were able to step it up in the second half of the day, and this is gonna be that second half of the day. Once we get the halfway mark of Sanhok, there you go. That's when it starts. That's when all the madness might even get started early on. And how many hot drops are we gonna be getting here in Sanhok? Because man, if I'm being honest, I don't want to see any of those teams towards the bottom hot dropping. If you do, you're just pretty much waving a white flag saying, I don't want to make it to the finals.
Exactly right. If we see Leo, Drunk Knights, Penguin, or Doc anywhere near boot camp or anywhere near Paradise Resort, I am going to go crazy. I'm going to go crazy. Let's put it this way. If you dare go there, you better win. You better win that fight, and you better prove us wrong. Otherwise, everyone's going to be looking at you thinking, what the heck are you doing? It is the most risky thing possible.
Yeah. It happened already in Paradise Resort. It happened in, where was it? Boot camp?
Yep.
It happened in boot camp. Actually, it happened with Leo Esports.
Exactly
it happened in
right.
boot camp. And then they ended up getting third party too from somebody across, not even in the same island, across the island. So yeah, for this squad, no hot dropping. Give yourself a better chance to get these points because I mean, with Sanhok, I've been saying it throughout this past 2 days. I'll say it again here today. Is there's just so many opportunities to actually get an elimination to get into third parties. But the thing is, if you do end up getting into those third parties, finish them quickly. If not, somebody else is going to third party your third party.
I mean, use your brain, guys. Use your brain at this point. If you go to boot camp, what are the chances? What is your percentage chance you're leaving boot camp with another team, getting all 4 eliminations without losing a single player? Okay. Let's say if you get 4 and you lose a player, like I said earlier, you need at least 15 points. So are you telling me that you're going to go ahead and get another 11 points with 3-man up inside of the craziness of Sanhok? There's no way. Your chances are so low. So it's like, don't avoid that early engagement. Hope that circle comes to you. And if it does, go crazy. That's the way to do it. You know, it'll be so wild to see if that's the case, you know, at least for me, because man, like Doc, they should have won that fight in Miramar. They should have won it. They had so many things go wrong. Like you talked about, those 2 players, they were on that off angle. They did not get to their teammate in time. Pasha had it in the bag, but he decided to push by himself and got caught, and then things turned around. If he would have just waited for the rest of his team to come and they all pushed together as a squad, it would have been over 100%. So it's like, multiple compounding little mistakes have been what have been really destroying these teams at the bottom. And the biggest mistake, like we'll say it for the last time, right, is seeing any of these teams at the bottom go anywhere near boot camp or Paradise Resort.
I mean, don't go inside boot camp or Paradise Resort. For Paradise Resort, honestly, I wouldn't hate some trash looting outskirts of Paradise Resort. If you hear any fighting, you can maybe third party it. You can see an opportunity to even steal just 1 elimination. Take it.
There you go.
Don't commit to Paradise Resort.
I'm about to say, yeah, maybe trying to steal a shot here and there and then dip. That could be the play. Here we go. Match number 3. Sanhok. Do or die for a few of these squads here. Let's see. My eyes are locked on Paradise Resort. Which teams dare drop hot at this time? BX Brothers, make them run.
Teams.
Skip, you can do whatever you want, baby. Let's see what happens.
I'm like, give me 3 teams hot dropping, please, because I wouldn't be surprised if it happened, honestly. It is going to be a northern path, though, so making it a little bit lower to, like, Sammy, Camp Charlie, all of those fun places. Painan, you should still be able to make it to Painan. Leo is going to be doing a bit of a split there from what I'm seeing so far. Nobody wanted to go into Paradise Resort because
Let's
they're just
go!
trying to stay away from those hot drops. They're like, okay, somebody else is probably gonna go, which, if that's the case, is actually gonna end up forcing some accidental hot drops with teams wanting to be preemptive and evade a hot drop. Yeah, that's not gonna end up happening. Yeah, nobody took Paradise Resort. That's wild.
Dude, Doc, what were you thinking? You should have known that everybody was scared, and you should have dropped Paradise.
Going Campo.
Yeah, come on, baby. Hey, let's get a K finish for the last Sanhok of the semifinals. Why not? Never mind.
Imagine.
Dude, imagine if Doc would have dropped Paradise. It would have worked out so well for them.
One thing I'm gonna be looking at is Skip Zone. They have boot camp all to themselves. Nobody's gonna be challenging them there. Alpha Team GG going up against MTR. I mean, Alpha Team, just wanna point out, make them run. It's pretty much into the finals. You are not. So yeah, be patient. Be super patient here with what's gonna be happening.
That's the key right there. Patience. Patience is a virtue, and it's gonna pay off here for sure if you're able to do exactly that. And it's kind of hard because teams have been just super hungry for eliminations. Oh, make them run. Opportunity for Alpha Team. Nice.
Ooh.
Got him isolated. Oh, no way, though. You lose a player
Trading.
like that. What a throw. That hurt. I mean, you had such a big advantage, and to lose a player like that from so far away, that's going to hurt. They have 23 points so far, 7. They're over there down in 19th place. So they're one of those teams that need a good game here. Started off looking so good. Oh, but hey, look who's fighting. It's the BX brothers versus Make Them Run.
BX brothers saying, "What's up, baby? You trying to make us run? No, you're the one that's gonna be running, Pashta. Run, because the BX brothers are coming. And if you're one of those teams there towards the bottom, if you don't end up getting all the points that you need, you better hope that BX brothers just pops off once again and sponges up over 20 points from the rest of the lobby. As Punk losing players as well. Punk, you're not super comfortable just yet. Okay, I need at least 50. Give me 55 just so I can sit here and say you're gonna be going towards the finals. Same with Numb. You're 5 points away. You almost got them. Meanwhile, Drunk Knights, that's a team that definitely needs the points. We'll see if they're gonna be able to get it destined to rise. Just looking at what Numb is gonna be doing here, as Kawara is gonna be very close by. Is he gonna be taking some shots, or is he just gonna let them right by? Yeah, just lay down, let them right by, because you do have Raven across the pond.
See what Destin Rice could do. Take your time. Take your time. You need every single point you can get. They're doing a really huge split. You got Thorfinn up top, trying to avenge his father. That's a reference for his name. For those who know. Dexter, looking to catch some people slipping. Let's see what they decide to do here. They're doing a really large split. Sanhok is a little bit scary when it comes to these huge splits. I think I mostly prefer seeing teams do maybe 3-1. A full 4-man split this late in the game can start getting sketchy, because we could see what happened to a player like Alpha 7. You just don't know where a team could be, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're out. I mean, Alpha Team GG.
That's right. Raven now moving along here, getting even closer, moving away from being there so close to the body of water, and starting to focus a little bit more towards the actual circle itself, because they were just so far away from the circle. Destined to rise. I'm gonna be expecting them to do the same thing. Meanwhile, Punk, they're about 180 something meters away, and you only have 3 players to run with too, so you got to make sure you find a way into this circle. There you go. They are gonna be doing just that. A bit of a high ground too, and maybe set up somewhat of a stand, because this is what this team is known for, just being able to set up a stand, wait until the later of the game. And right now, Sanhok, I mean, you are gonna have to do that Nexus, sitting with 42 points, and they haven't really convinced me that much. This was a team that I was honestly expecting them to be within the top 3, Jukes.
Oh yeah, I agree. Nexus 42 points right now. Honestly, I think most of these teams are going to be hunting down that 47 mark. That's where you have like some of the other teams that are going to be big chilling today from Group B. So if you're able to pass that up, you should be in a good spot. Let's just see exactly where they end up. The Leo Esports now in the blue zone. They got to get moving here because Leo is one of those teams that definitely need, I'm going to put them also in that 15-point mark with only 21. A good game here could definitely help you out. But they are playing this very, very safely here, 7. Just hugging that blue zone.
That's right.
Isn't it crazy?
Looking at what Leo's
Paradise
going to be doing. Look at Leo. Leo's trying to sneak their way in. And guess who's just going to try to get into a better position? They're going to be out in the open. If you ever want to take some shots, this will be the time right here. Oh, waited a little bit too long there. As they're going to now have coverage not only from the trees, but also the rocks. And Penguin not being able to take advantage there on Leo, just giving a free rotation. Some of the other squads, though, numb. With all 4 players up and running, they're going to be looking to get into this. And they should have technically a free rotation there towards the north. They just got to watch out that distance rise might not beat them to the bridge, because that's not a fight you want to get into, especially the bridge area that ends up being super exposed if anybody does end up moving on the other side of the bridge towards the east side. Penguin Esports keeping an eye there on Leo. At this point, just give it up. It ain't gonna happen.
Yep.
Keep an eye on where they're gonna be going though, Jukes.
You know, I would have actually preferred him not to shoot if they had the whole team there, because they're in the blue zone. You know, getting shots off in Sanhok in blue is very dangerous because every team gatekeeping is now going to be looking exactly toward your direction, right? The thing is, though, there's only 2 players up from Penguin. So the chances of them surviving late game are super low. You need every point you can get. That would have been a good opportunity to possibly steal one from Leo. It's just unfortunate, though, he didn't take that shot. So now that time has passed. The next zone does go and get on up here. Boot Camp wide open. Paradise Resort wide open. Tatmok open as well. Tons of rotations. The thing is that so many of these teams are hugging that south side. That's going to make things very, very difficult down there.
Could end up happening next. He's going to be pushing out there on the squad, and they're going to be just making quick work of them. As the Nexus finding themselves there towards the center of this circle, and it's going to be none other than One Tap Romania having just 1 player left. One Tap at 22 points at the moment. You need to be able to get this points. That's hard. For everybody now starting pushing the free fire, trying to see if he could spot somebody, and it's just too many bodies right there from Nexus Gaming as they are just clearing everybody here in the trifecta area of Sanhok. BX Brothers on the horizon, getting into a fight with none other than AT, and AT down to just 1 player, Jukes.
And just like that, Alpha Team is out. So, man, we're seeing a lot of teams at the bottom. We're seeing 2 so far completely gone. Penguin's in big trouble. Skip zone. Now, on to One Tap. Things are looking a little bit sketchy for this. Leo! Hey, that's actually catching out Penguin. That's another point that they desperately need. 2 so far. Could be that Leo could be that second half of the tournament team. The thing is, though, these last 2 games are going to get really sketchy because Penguin, I'm counting them out already, guys. I mean, they needed 15 points this game. 1 player up. It's over.
Yep. That could be right there with you as well. BX Brothers going to be rotating around as well, finding themselves now towards the center of the area. And I'm surprised because I thought I was going to end up seeing Nexus there. I thought they were maybe going to end up rotating and try to get into a third-party situation, but that's not going to be the case. Wow, BX Brothers getting a little bit too confident here, trying to take the fight up the hill without any scouting, and they are making them pay. And this could be an opportunity for some of the other teams that are wanting to clutch up some more points, as Fat John from Skipzone is going to end up getting picked up here. BX Brothers going to end up losing those 2 players, Jukes.
That was 100% a heat check rotation. I think BX Brothers, they've been doing so well so far, winning the first 2, that they were just like, yeah, let's just see if this is open, and boom, got punished for it. So, good for Skip Zone to be able to take full advantage of it. My eyes are going to be especially here on Leo, a team that desperately needs a chicken dinner to keep their tournament hopes alive. They are in the blue zone, and they could be pushing up onto some other squads here. Wow, nice shots there from Ingo. Gets the thirst? No way.
Being able to get the thirst right there. I mean, Flick.
Crazy.
How far away is Flick? Let me see if I can actually spot him. in the map. Because he did end up getting picked up. I thought they were going to end up losing those 2 players. For BX Brothers to somehow manage to end up picking up Blake, that's massive for this squad. As Fat John, remember the performance that he was just able to put up in Miramar. Clinical 11 eliminations this man was able to put up. Looking to see if he can back it up, but you got to be careful because you got BX Brothers on the horizon, and on top of that you have another team maybe pushing up on you. And now it comes down to what are you going to be doing here? What are you going to be rotating? Because for BX Brothers, it kind of ends up working out. They're able to leapfrog Skip Zone. They're able to leapfrog 1 AC as well. And now BX Brothers trying to figure out what they're going to be doing. And this whole time, Paradise Resort wide open.
Dude, if only Leo would have landed there. You hate to see it.
No, you said Doc.
Yeah, hate to see it. Yeah, or Doc. Yeah, 2. Doc down to 2 players. They're done for. That is going to be the nail in the coffin, at least for me, for those 2 squads, Penguin and Doc. 1 tap, 18 points so far. Looking a little bit sketchy. They still have 3 players up, though. Could still make something happen. As far as the bottom of the leaderboards, though, Leo is going to be the squad I got my eyes on. But they're still in the blue zone here, 7. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if they did a great play of, like, hugging that blue and go all the way to the north side, to the hard shift side of Tap Mock. But I just don't know if they have that kind of tools in their bag to make that kind of rotation.
Ooh. Yeah. Time will tell, unless they find an opportunity maybe where they can actually end up striking. But you're right. They're just so far away. BX Brothers continue to put pressure up here on Skip Zone. Meanwhile, Skip Zone taking shots from the side from none other than Raven. And Raven does have all their 4 players up and running too. I'm happy to see that BX Brothers was able to get at least 3 players up, because that was as you mentioned earlier, that was just a heat check push right there from this squad that they did earlier on Skip Zone. I thought it was going to go completely backwards. Now Raven trying to push out of boot camp, making sure nobody's going to be keeping up on them. That's one thing that I've been seeing a lot more from the PMCO. The Noisy Boys trying to make a rotation here. Doesn't end up working out, and luckily they get away with it as they did end up crashing a vehicle. Can Fleet connect? And he is going to be connecting with none other than Hizo, and the Noisy Boys just losing players on this rotation here as they're hitting 3s on their path, Jukes.
Oh boy, Noisy Boys getting noisy indeed. Oh, Fleek on the horse, making some moves. Does find a spot. I mean, you could just see, just like from the way BX Brothers are moving right now, they're playing this so loose, getting comfortable here in this game. You got Numb now in Paradise Resort. Paradise Resort now finally taken up, and people are starting to get active here. Numb gonna have so much loot here towards the late game. This could be a good opportunity for them. They're already chilling though on the leaderboards as well with 54 points. They're comfortable.
Yeah, if they got anybody to worry about, it's going to be Nexus, as Nexus is also going to be in Paradise Resort. But you be mentioning it, this is a time that you can actually coexist with any of those teams. You can see they're now collecting even more of that area from Paradise Resort. And for some of the other squads, you got Leo there towards the north. Marin's going to be scouting a little bit more of who's going to be there towards the east, north, northeast. At the bottom, you got Punk with those 3 players, making sure nobody surprises them too. This is going to be a fun finish here. You got Make Them Run out already, so now you don't even have to worry about it. That's a team that ended up with back-to-back second place finishes too. Shipzone, Rolex, we saw you being able to perform miracles in the first day. Let's see if you can do it again here with a back-to-back winning team, BX Brothers nonetheless. The Nates are going to be coming in, but now they're getting sidetracked. Now they're getting third party. Actually, it's the angle by Ing. Nice angle by Ing from BX Brothers, slowing down Shipzone and everything that they were doing in their path.
BX Brothers feeling themselves here. There goes Raven out. Oh, actually, that's the first throwable elimination. They'll take that to the bank. Doc Esports get eliminated. That's unfortunate for them. The Molotovs are starting to ring out now. BX Brothers on this push on the south side. They don't even got to worry about the blue zone. This is what I'm talking about. When you have a team so comfortable on the leaderboards, they can keep out whoever they want. And it looks like they got their eyes set on Skip Zone. King taking his time.
He's going to have to win this fight. Oh.
That's what I'm talking about, though. Look how BX Brothers work. Even though he had a good angle, he did not take the fight 1v1. He waited for his team. to secure the elimination, and that's exactly what you're supposed to do. Play like brothers. 8 eliminations so far, 3 players up. These guys are still a huge threat.
The synergy definitely there for that squad, even with the rotation, getting those off angles. Now Nexus making sure that they don't allow anybody else to push up on them as the circle's starting to close in. Now keeping an eye there on 1AC, a squad with 18 points. Yes, you're still alive. 10 teams remaining. You need to start getting some eliminations here and there. I want to be able to see it. Flavius from Nexus keeping everything now, and no, that's not what we want to see if you are one of the Leo Esports fans, as some of their players do end up going down, and KC's looking to capitalize here as they're making the push. Vehicles are ready, grenades are ready, they're gathering all this information as 666, 666, whatever it is that you want to call them. That man's got so many 6 on his name that Leo finding themselves in a pickle here, Jukes, as their players are just starting to get eliminated, and it's just now down to just one player.
Hey, the square root of 6 is on the move. And you can take a look at this zone. It is now locked into Paradise Resort. Numb, dead center of this one. You got Nexus as well up top. Punk on that east side. Could have a good opportunity here because they're going to have so much real estate. Nobody is to their back right now. Good opportunity for them. Leo, though, they're in like one of the worst spots in this circle. So Leo, a team that I said desperately needed 15 points. It's just looked like it's not going to, it's done. It's not going to happen.
That's definitely not going to be happening there. Nades are going to be coming through. Brothers trying to see if they can find some action there. It's going to be none other than one great shotgun there. They're going to be getting all the angles, and this should be easy pickings for the squad, and they are just collecting those points. They're collecting those eliminations. BX Brothers, even with just 3 players alive, they are up to 10 eliminations. KC Esports, we saw what they were able to do earlier against Leo Esports and wanting to control even more of the area, but they're gonna have to be careful because a lot of teams are gonna be closing in. You still got Punk. Yep, that's right. That person that's shooting you, that is Punk PC. Anyway, back up a little bit. Get a different angle. Hit the floor. Don't get knocked because you cannot afford to lose any players. KC Yan up to 4 elims, and right now they're trying to figure out, how do we solve this puzzle, Jukes? How do we get even closer to Paradise Resort now that this is the main area? And it's so funny to me, Jukes, as well, that it is Paradise Resort because, as we mentioned at the start, nobody took it.
Nobody took it. And I'll tell you what, it's taken now. That's for sure. I like that call out, though, on PC. Beautiful rotation on over to his squad. That's what this game is all about, folks. At the competitive level, it's all about playing together as a unit. I don't care how good you are at 1v1s. The goal of this game is not getting into 1v1s. It's about doing 2v1s, 3v1s, overwhelming the opponents. BX Brothers are doing such a good job of that. And that's going to be another team down. And look at that. BX Brothers on the move, working together. There goes Leo Esports. All the bottom teams are out here, 7. That is worst case scenario.
It is worst case scenario, but it is great case scenario here for some of the teams that are towards the top. Start creating even a bigger gap, maybe towards those bottom teams. You don't want to be in that 60th place. Next to now starting to move up, being able to catch somebody from Raven. There goes the 3rd one, the last one. Lucifer trying to clutch it up for his squad. He's gonna be able to make them back up. Nexus now with those 2 players knocked, and where's the rest of the lobby? Because you could end up third party in this, and he could use Lucifer making the push for it, trying to connect there, even though the player is behind the vehicle, and he's not gonna be able to. Assange is just too much, and Nexus is gonna get a full reset here in Paradise Resort in Sanhok, and it's looking good. They have so much room to work with now.
What a great game from Nexus. Teammate coming right there at the last second to be able to help out his squad, and with 47 points, that's gonna tie up BRBA. With the placement points, they're gonna pass them up, so that's another squad passing up those Group B teams, and missing the shots. Getting absolutely beamed here. Punk Esports trying to survive, and I can't believe it. They actually do. What a crazy shot there.
That was absolutely nasty. Punk waited for the right time, got the right angles, and BX Brothers, as we make the switch to them, this team is feeling themselves, currently trying to make the push here inside Paradise Resort. We saw what Numb was able to do earlier when they were able to close the gap. Nexus now with all those 4 players still alive, they're going to be looking to make sure that nobody ends up surprising them. And the thing, though, is that Nexus has so much room to work with, Jukes. Punk on the horizon. I mean, this team is going to have a bit of a harder push. Casey was not able to figure out how to solve that puzzle to make it inside Paradise Resort. Is going to come down now to Punk and also BX Brothers. I feel like BX Brothers, I can trust you because guess what? You got the Noisy Boys, you got Kensor, but Kensor is not going to be doing anything because right now all he wants to do is just keep on collecting points unless you have to shoot, Kensor. If you have to shoot, make sure you do it.
You need it. You need the points. You need to pass up BRBA. You have 34 points in total. And that is going to be it for the Noisy Boys. Let's see what happens. Who's going to win this game? BX Brothers still making it towards the late game. 12 eliminations so far. One of their players is caught out, though. That's what you think. Oh, the smoke coming out at the perfect time. And what a shot. Oh, my goodness. BX Brothers with their back against the wall. They get it done.
You ask who's going to win this game. Honestly, I want to see BX Brothers go back to back to back. One up, Drake. Why don't you? BX Brothers, because that shot was absolutely filthy. Now they get a chance to get inside Paradise Resort, and then you have to worry about Numb, and this team has been great close range, and Numb making a bit of a mistake possibly there, as now they get closer, they get caught. That's gonna be one. The rest of the squad from Numb is not gonna be able to do much because there was some Molotovs going on the other side. Here you go, Numb trying to recover from this one as one of the players ends up going down. BX Brothers making it a 3v3. If you are Nexus, I want to see you position yourself perfectly to possibly third party this, as Numb is being that team that's actually doing that right now. They're taking the fight to them. Shots are going to be coming to Flick, making sure he pops everybody back and forth. And there you go. Nexus is joining the party as well, Jukes.
BX Brothers are on a mission right now. Crazy angles. One player gets knocked. Instant coverage by the other teammate. And here comes Punk now joining the fray as Nexus Gaming now have to worry about two different teams. It's an urban finish, folks. Circle 9. The zone's going down to nothing, and there's shots happening all over the place.
A bit of a blessing in disguise there for BX Brothers as Punk does end up making that push up. It slows down anything that Nexus wants to be doing, and Flick just continuing on the performance that he's putting up here. Anybody that gets close by, he's gonna be going for, and there you go. He gets shot down by Punk Leon as Punk is trying to come out with the win. Nexus is still alive. BX Brothers is still alive, and Nexus now down to just one player. Punk, could they have maybe made the push at the right time? There goes BX Brothers. We're gonna be getting a new winner here on day 3 of the semifinals, and is none other than Punk Esports taking over what Casey was trying to do, waiting for the right timing, third party and everything going on, and they come out with a win here in Sanhok. What an insane performance out of this squad. And now with that win right there, Jukes, we can say that this squad, Punk Esports, they're comfortably in the finals.
Oh yeah, it's about time too, man. I'm telling you, with how these guys have been playing in that mid game, finally getting a chicken dinner towards the end at Sanhok. Beautifully, beautifully done. I will say though, what a performance for BX Brothers in that game. They were looking so dang dangerous. If that player from Punk didn't get that nade on the Flick, I mean, I think they win that game. That is so crazy. I don't know how they survived that long. Unreal performance. Look at that ing there from BX Brothers. 7 eliminations, 1,200 damage. These guys got every single one of those eliminations the hard way, 7.
It was. They were taking fights with anybody. At one point, they actually thought they were going to get eliminated early on whenever ship zone. They make that weird push over ship zone. They only lost one player in McVinney, but ultimately, this squad is just feeling themselves. They're not being hindered by Kodiak being here anymore. They don't have to worry about that. That was a big talking point for me earlier on in the day. And I was expecting them to do this. And guess what? BX Brothers is showing up, and they're showing up in a big way. As Ing not only ends up taking the most elims, they end up taking the most damage as well. And this thing, elims 272. Okay, Ing, you almost ended up dominating everything. Except Leon was like, you know what? Let me just throw some nades and stop some of your squad from getting this win.
Dude, crazy game. Crazy game. That Leon nade there towards the end, I think, was the one that saved the game for them. Honestly, that was such a crazy finish. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen a good, when's the last time we saw a Paradise Resort finish in Sanhok? It's been a hot minute. But man, it was absolute chaos from the get-go there. BX Brothers should have been out way earlier, but they were just playing it so well, Seven. Every other team was just stuck playing solo, isolated. BX Brothers were working as a unit. The second one player got knocked, instant return fire from one of their teammates, and they just destroyed the lobby.
Impossible. It felt like for this squad to just end up losing even more players. I thought they were going to end up losing 2 early on. They were not. They only lost 1. And then after that, you said it perfectly. They got knocked. Guess what? Cover fire was right there. Other teammate goes up, gets that revive, and then they group up. The synergy is there for this squad. The synergy is there, definitely there for this squad. And I'm expecting this team to go to the finals and continue that performance that they showcased in the PMCO EU, Jukes. But let's take a look at the match ranking here because, I mean, even though they don't get the win, they end up getting the most points out of that lobby with 21. Punky Sports there with 20, and Nexus backing it up with 14. And that is a great performance for Nexus and for Num as well.
Yeah, huge games for them. I think with those, that's going to solidify their position there on the leaderboards. Honestly, I can't wait to see the overalls. I can't wait to see just how these leaderboards moved here in Sanhok. The last 2 matches are going to be straight up chaos. I think there's going to be a lot of teams in Group B that are going to be in the hot seat here after that last match because so many squads got a bunch of points that they desperately needed. So let's take a look here at the overall leaderboards, guys. See who is looking good and who is not. Wow, BRBA going down, all the way to 12th place with 47 points. This is looking super scary here, Seven, for so many of these squads.
It is going to be scary, especially for the squads that aren't going to be playing. Like you just mentioned, BRBA, Notorious as well. They're now getting closer and closer to that 16th place mark. And the Noisy Boys making it even tighter. They're currently there within 15 points. But, man, like even One Tap Romania all the way down in 21st place. They're 22 points, 15 points away. It's going to be harder, especially with just 2 games left. I think you're absolutely right, Jukes. 22nd, 23rd, and 24th place. Dreams and hopes are gone. Unless we see something that they haven't shown us in the past so far here in the semifinals for this PMCO EEU Season 2. But for Duck Esports, I don't see it happening. For Penguin Esports, I don't see it happening. Drunk Knights, the same thing. I just don't see it happening. One Tap Romania, they've been able to position themselves in certain maps in a great way. Sadly, it just hasn't gone their way, Jukes.
Sure hasn't, guys. There's 2 more matches left to go. Are we going to see a miracle? Or are we going to see some more of the same? Let's see what happens to go right after this break.
World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem.
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the word respect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
They draw the line.
And I'm out in the storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock. 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PUBG Mobile Club Open Eastern Europe Season 2 Semifinals. It's the last day, last 2 matches that we're going to be facing here. We're going Erangel, and then we're going to Miramar, baby. Let's get it going. The craziness starts now, Seven, because I'm telling you, you got super desperation from the bottom teams. We need to see a miracle if they even want to stand a remote chance. I'm already counting them out, but I do love surprises, Seven. I do love surprises, so it would be nice to see.
I'm looking forward to seeing if we're going to be getting a new team also winning in Erangel and Miramar today because of the way that BX Brothers has been able to win. In case you're just tuning in, BX Brothers ended up getting both wins in the first Erangel, in the first Miramar, almost somehow crazy way found themselves there in a top 3 situation here in Sanhok, and they were still able to manage getting the most points out of Sanhok, even though they finished in a 3rd place situation. So for this squad, gonna continue with that performance, more than likely gonna continue to sponge up all those points. And it comes down to what you're saying. It's maybe those teams towards the bottom, the urgency needs to be there. What are they gonna be doing? Because if it's not gonna be happening in this match, then it's not gonna be happening at all, considering that at the end of this past Sanhok, you gotta remember, all the bottom teams were gone. It was just us higher teams towards the middle of the pack still collecting those points.
Yes, sir, indeed. I mean, I'm putting the nail in the coffin for those bottom 3 teams already. Like, are we gonna see some crazy like resurrection? You know, some Kill Bill stuff? That would be wild, but it is super unlikely. You know what I'm saying? So we got to look at those teams that are right there with a good game that could still possibly make it in. And it's going to be difficult. All right. I mean, you got Kodiak's not here, but BX Brothers are literally on top performance all 3 games today, even without even winning one of them, which is crazy to think about. So we're going to Erangel, the tried and true map. This is the map that every player should know like the back of their hand. You need to see some craziness here in the last game. And that's the thing, is that if you've left it up to here to try and qualify, you have everything stacked against you.
Yeah, and it's not going to be going your way more than likely unless you do something that just you haven't been able to do in the previous matches that you have played, in the previous 8 matches that some of these teams have played. It might not end up happening. But if you are able to make it happen, hey, more power to you. If you are able to somehow switch it up and just become ultra instinct and have a pop-up performances, which if I'm being completely honest, sometimes it does tend to happen when we do get into this situation. Some teams just feel like they got nothing to lose, and it ends up being some of the best gameplay that we ever got a chance to see, as we're going to be getting a play path here for Erangel, Primorsk, all the way up to Yasnaya, Poliana, Kameshki too. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better playing path, honestly, Jukes. Anybody, you don't have to hot drop. Not with this playing path. Just try to go to your usual spot. If it's too far, maybe if you land Giorgio, hop in a vehicle, you should have a freebie here.
Total freebie. Total freebie. There's so much real estate wide open. Ooh, interesting, though. Look down south, though, 7. You got BX Brothers not going to Pachinki here. They're going down south to military base. So these guys just having fun at this point, 7. Or maybe they're looking to mix things up a little, try to throw people off the scent come finals time. Who knows? You got Leo
I don't even think
popping out late.
They might be targeting. They might be targeting the Noisy Boys, because the Noisy Boys are one of those squads that are trying to get within the top 16, within the top 15, whatever the case might be. And you can see them. They're making sure that they actually land very close to each other. 1AC is going to be getting kind of lucky here, as they're going to be the team that's going to get that Pochinki drop. And BX Brothers making sure they get eliminations already on the Noisy Boys. So I think he was full on targeting. And with this circle working this way, the Noisy Boys are going to have to react and react quickly, because that's going to be a bit farther from them.
Oh my gosh, the dual pistols coming out. The Noisy Boys just trying to survive, keep their tournament hopes alive. They do not want to wait until Miramar. First zone goes on up. A very classic Erangel circle, I must say, with a beautiful plane path here. And yeah, BX Brothers. It does look like that's what they were looking to do. They were looking to disrupt anybody here down south. Noisy Boys have to get caught in their crosshairs. Super unfortunate. And they're at 37. They're all of them. You got D2R right there as well. Leo, anything could happen here in this last match.
Anything could definitely happen between these teams that make them run. Not having to do anything here, just running by themselves, as they'll be looking to go all the way up to Severny. Severny should be a freebie, unless Num decides to get closer. But Num is going to be all the way up to Starbler. You got Doc 2 and Kameshki. So a lot of these squads should be able to set up at least later into the game, which is going to be nice. And the Noisy Boys, luckily for the Noisy Boys, Jukes, they only ended up losing 1 player. It could have been a lot worse, and they should get a full rotation here away from BX Brothers. And for BX Brothers, I mean, you got absolutely nothing to lose. You're about to end up passing the 100-point mark at some point here. Whether it happens this match, whether it happens the next one, it doesn't really matter. You're looking like you're going to be the 2nd place team moving on to the finals, at least when everything is said and done in regards to the leaderboard. Penguin, a team that's not going to have that luxury. They got a lot at stake here. And I don't think you're gonna be able to get in there, boy. Just go. Okay. All right. Let me see what you're working with.
Oh, all right.
Hold
Okay,
on.
let's see.
Lay down.
All right.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Guess who? Penguin. Need a miracle here. They need a miracle game, folks. 16 points. They got to go crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let's see what they can do. Back up against the wall, 7. This is some of my favorite things to watch in PUBG Mobile, because the one thing that I've said this a billion times for anybody that's been watching my casting before, there's one thing you can't teach in this game, and that's clutch. You either have it or you don't. Some people get little tastes of it as after they've played, 10 tournaments so far, it gets a little bit easier to deal with that pressure. But man, it is so tough. So Penguin, they have every single odd stacked against them. If they could pull something crazy off here, man, I'll be so impressed.
Could end up being impressed here. One Tap Romania finding themselves there in 21st place with those 22 points. You're gonna be hearing me repeating over and over again where some of these teams are and how many points they have, because it is gonna be one of the main worries for this squads. Noisy Boys, we talked about them earlier. They get a full rotation, freebie rotation there to Novo, but they gotta make sure that they loot as fast as they can and get out as soon as possible. And Penguin X Esports looking to see if they can maybe set up an engagement here with One Tap, as they need the points. 16 points. You don't want to have that going into the last match. You can see Kenzie there on the horizon too. They could end up pinching them, but this is not where you want to find yourself. And this could be a hard fight because One Tap also has another player getting an off angle. So you got to make sure that if you do go for it, Penguin, you don't end up just getting traded. You don't end up getting just 1-for-1. You cannot afford to lose more people.
Definitely can't. Leo in the hot seat too. Raka on the move. They already have one elimination. Not a terrible start. But man, things are getting dangerous here, brother. Trying to get some pop shots off here. Yeah, I mean, let's be real. If they don't win this game, it's 100% toast. I mean, I already said it's pretty much toast, but I mean, man, if they don't win this one, it's over for sure.
That's right. Everybody's just slowing
Super
it down.
big split.
This is what we're expecting here as well for some of the squads. Majorly split, but nobody's making a move, which is going to allow them to just hopefully close the gap even more. Tough love on the horizon there, trying to make a push. And we're going to be switching over now to Punk Esports. Rotating around, getting some intel. This is a squad that after the performance that we saw there in the past, especially in the last match, they are good. Punk, you're good. All right? You don't have to worry about anything. You're currently in 6th place, 61 points. You got all the free time in the world. You know you want to pick up that explosive. Meanwhile, Alpha Team, a team that needs the points, going to be getting into a fight there, but they are going to be losing points. And now Lee as well. All these teams towards the bottom are getting into early engagements.
Worst case scenario. All these guys need to just wait till that late game. But Alpha Team versus Doc, this is do or die. One of these teams, especially Alpha Team, they really can't afford this because they just need 2 decent games here. Nice knock on the Pasha. That's huge. Can Alpha Team stop this? Oh my gosh, that Molly way too close for comfort. That nade's going to scare him off. Buy himself some more time. And the off angle, they are picking Doc apart. Beautifully done. Where's the rest of the team of Alpha Team, though? They got to get here. But Punk has now arrived for the third party. Alpha Team.
Punk's got nothing
backs
to lose
against the
here.
wall. Yep.
That's right. Punk's got nothing to lose, so they're going to be looking to see if they can actually get involved into the party. I wouldn't see them backing fully off, especially now that Leon is knocked. Alpha Team, triple P6. Seeing if he could possibly get an angle on somebody. He's not going to be able to. Archuk. He saw some utility go by. Oh my gosh, another player almost getting knocked there from Punk. PC finding somebody from Alpha. Is he going to be able to connect? He's not going to be able to connect with the nade, but now you're going to have to switch over to your shotgun. Not enough time there as Punk just giving points here to Alpha Team.
Push.
And another squad is popping up. Everybody's just wanting heaven.
This is what I'm talking about. The craziness of the last 2 matches. You're going to see tons of more crazy pushes from the squads that know they're going to make it already. And now you got all these fights happening with so much real estate available. And at Heaven of all places, Alpha Team to get the shot off. Trying to knock the vehicle, unfortunately not able to blow it up. Oh, they finally do get the explosion. Another huge point for Alpha Team.
Alpha Team trying to get some knocks here, getting those knocks, but they got to make sure they convert those knocks into points, considering that 2 other players are currently knocked. They should be able to get the full reset here. Punk ended up losing 3 players. And with all the madness that was going on there, I didn't even get a chance to see who actually ended up getting all those fights. Meanwhile, we switch over to Penguin Esports with One Tap Romania. Not going to be able to fully spot that player. They know they're keeping track of the locations here, where they're going to be going. But moving around.
Dude,
Penguin,
they're just holding the
chill.
spot.
You're good. Just chill.
Yeah, literally. Relax, dude. Relax. Get to the late game. Then worry about getting into some fights. With how these matches have been going and seeing the feed just go crazy, 7. Yeah, like just waiting till late game could pay off. But then here's the thing, though, too. They need eliminations. They don't need just like a chicken dinner. They need some eliminations on top of that. But you shouldn't be going from here. Let's be real. Like honestly, you need to just focus on getting to that late game.
Oh, Alpha Team. It's finding somebody
Spotted.
there from Doc. This is 2 teams. I mean, you gotta have a good performance here. Doc Fane, are you gonna bank this shot? Oh my goodness, Archer saying that's a cute look that you were trying to get there. Let me just pop my DBS and knock you over. And Doc, you can see the urgency that now this team is having. They don't want to end up losing even more players. Now 1 is gonna be pushing up to 3 teams. Everybody just getting into the action here as Alpha once again gonna have to rethink this strategy, this fight, this push, because of everybody else now starting to push up.
Boyd, pushing up. Ow, baby! And that is Doc Esports dreams gone. 0 chance of making it to the finals. Alpha Team, oh, still alive, though. Look at this Lloyd with some beautiful shots there. The rest of the team need to start helping out, though. They have so much time. If they could just get this reset, which is exactly what's going to happen, this should be an easy finish for them and a ton of eliminations.
That's right, up to 5 now. I mean, we wanted to see a little bit more points out of this squad. They need to make sure they get this squad going up against them right now.
Hurt. Full push.
They have the angles for it
They
too.
need
They
full
have the
pressure.
high ground. Just don't over peak, right, Jukes? Don't over peak. Make sure you get the right angle there. You're more than likely they're just gonna end up backing off as we keep switching over back to this fight. They're not gonna be fighting anytime soon. We still got maybe, I would say, 3 more minutes until these teams are forced to fight.
Yeah, we don't even got to look at Yasnaya, especially now with the zone shift. It is over. Yeah, all those teams need to get moving here. And, man, could we have a school finish? That would be fun to watch. And that fight at Heaven needs to continue. I'll tell you what, if you're Alpha, honestly, I think pushing it is the play. You have the numbers advantage. You need every elimination you can get, and every second that you stay there, it's just going to reduce your chances of getting to that late game. Good thing for you, though, there's a lot of teams that are already hurt.
We talked about urgency earlier. Yeah, we talked about urgency earlier. You can kind of see it right there in regards to urgency, because One Tap getting closer and closer to PNG, to Penguin. Wanted to see if they want to make that fight happen now that both of those squads are going to be outside of the area. Meanwhile, Alpha Team, oh, you guys are too split. Okay, unless you have the other player rotating around trying to get a different angle, but you're going to have to commit to this fight. 1AC is fully committed to this fight. They're not going to be backing off anytime soon, especially because they know exactly where that player is going to be at. Nate and Maltas are going to be coming in. That's just showing full commitment here from this 2 squad.
Huge lay down there from Lloyd, barely surviving. And oh my gosh, Zeke now getting that knock for that crazy off angle. He drove all the way around here, completely separate from his squad. Such a risky play from Alpha Team. And it looks like it's going to pay off. That bank nade looks good. Oh, doesn't get the knock, though. Zeke now needs to drive up. Drive up with your team. Push together. What are we waiting for here? What are we waiting for?
There he goes, the B1, Jukes. There you go. It's
Got
gonna be
him.
another one.
Bringing these one, by the way. Wow, Alpha team, and that is one tap. I'm sorry, the Drunk Knights. Drunk Knights won. Gone. Out of here. And they needed those points too. So Alpha team getting that done right then and there. Let's get going.
That's right. I mean, for this squad, I'm intrigued to see now Alpha up to 8 points. Waiting for the right moment, waiting for the other squad to actually kind of set themselves up too. It works out perfect for them. And now you have Penguin starting to back up here from this squad, setting it up perfectly. You're not going to have to fight one type of Romania anymore, but you do have to be careful because Alpha's going to be close by and Alpha's looking to maybe be aggressive. There you go. Monkey will get eliminated. And you... Oh, Penguin! Penguin is the ones that are actually going to be the aggressors there on Alpha. Alpha up to 8 illims, but it could be here a fight between themselves and Penguin doesn't care. Penguin knows that they're outside of the circle and they're just looking to be the aggressors. They're just going to start hunting down this fight. This is what happens.
Risky though. They're now losing players one by one. That's all of his Can he make this happen? Gets the shots off with that 4X. Gets the knock. Gotta get the second one, and he does! Clutching it up for his squad. Beautifully done.
Exactly what Penguin needed to do there. They do have 2 players that they end up losing up to 5 illims. We've been saying over and over again, it could be a little bit too late though, Jukes, but at least they're trying. The urgency is there. You mentioned it perfectly for this squad. You have to show that urgency. They've been showing it, but it could be a little bit too late here as make them run. Now switching their focus to one top Romania. Make them run Boca, just waiting for them to cross the path right there. Waiting to make the push there through that door, but they're not wanting to do it. A bit of a hesitation here between these 2 teams, having to slow it down.
Make them run. These are that's the squad that is completely set up, ready to go. Nothing to lose. And they get another knock. Unfortunately for one tap Romania, 22 points on the board. This is it for them.
Waiting for it. Waiting for it. Oh, okay.
BX brothers are out.
Run. Where are we going to be going here? Hey, that's good. That's what we want to see, right? I'm sorry, BX Brothers fans. I was talking about how I wanted to see a back-to-back win earlier. It didn't happen. I'm moving on because I want to see what other teams are going to be getting some of the rotations, some of the points here that will be up to grabs. One top Romania, though, is going to be not one of those teams getting that because they are out at 22 points. Penguin catching themselves on a crazy rotation here, making sure that they try to go towards the middle, but it backfires once they pop one of those tires for the buggy. Here comes the full spin, and now you're finding yourself in a hard part here as you have Ship Zone, a team that's usually very aggressive, Jukes. And on top of that, you have none other than D2R destined to rise there on the horizon as the map is just shaking and shaking and shaking.
Yeah, there goes Rolex there, putting some shots down range. Skip Zone, another one of those teams that's big chilling on the leaderboards. You got, yep, made to run right over there on the other side of the circle. So they are right there in the middle of Rosshawk. I'm still looking at the map feed though, taking a look at where Leo is. Leo is on the upper eastern side of the map right now. So they're not in a bad position. 25 points on the leaderboard. They're in 20th place. Another squad trying to push past and make sure that they make it into the finals. Raven are right there on that cusp, though. Look at them, 16th place right now, 34 points. Looking really, really good. And they have that Rosshawk side to themselves. So this could be a huge, huge game for them.
That's right. They're going to be using those splits. They're going to be looking to set themselves up perfectly to get even more eliminations. Because remember, you and I have been saying this throughout the past 3 days, Jukes. You don't just want to beat that team in 16th place. You don't know what's going to happen when we end up going to finals. If maybe a magical appearance from a different team might end up showing up. You never know what will happen here in PMCO EEU 2025 Season 2. Raven, 2-2 split. You're set. Numb there towards the north. And Penguin, I feel so bad for Penguin there on that. Actually, never mind. I take that fully back. I don't feel bad at all because they had to do a blind push there because they just ended up waiting so long in Yasnaya. Luckily for that squad, they clutched up some points, at least from Alpha team, as they were all rotating out.
See what Destined to Rise can do. They're on the outside. They're in that 19th place position. They need a huge game here. They have all 4 up. But man, you could just see the confusion. They're not sure what to do here. Do we go in? Do we play the edge? The longer they wait, they're going to get punished, and that's exactly what's happening. Destined to rise. You got to commit to a fight. There's no way you drive to the center now. Super risky. Survive, but they need way more points than that, 7.
They definitely do. Leo up to 3 at the moment. Marion, they have, luckily for Leo at the moment, Jukes, 3 alive. See if you can maybe third party this, see if you can get those shots. There you go. You're gonna be able to now up to 4 eliminations for this squad. Make it 27 points for Leo Esports, but that's not gonna be enough. You're gonna need more. You're gonna be even more proactive. Take those shots. You see KC right there in front of you. Oh, he wasn't able to spot him. Sanhok was not able to spot him. Where are you gonna be rotating here, Leo Esports? Because you have KC right on you. Are they making a push? Are they gonna be crushing this?
They're doing it. Here they go. Here they go. Double 6. Trying to get some sneaky shots here from this side angle. Leo right up and close and cover. That rock is playing dividends for that teammate right there. Marin putting in that work. It is now up to him to really make a play for his squad. Oh, that nade. Super cool. Right in front of his face, but right behind that rock. Let's see what Marin could do. All by his phone, so it's only a matter of time here.
Leo. Yeah, there's too many nades. There's too much focus here for KC Esports as Marin, even though he's the last one alive, getting a little bit safe there with the nade, clutching it up. But KC Esports now having to back up even more. 666, having to heal up too. This could be the opening that Marin needed. I don't think he has enough nades, Juice. I don't think he has enough utility to get out of this pickle unless this nade hits. He's gonna spot him. He's gonna knock him. He wants to secure that elimination because they need all the points. You gotta start moving here. Those 3 players from KC might end up going your way. Luckily for him, they're missing all the nades. They're just overthrowing all those nades that they got in there. They don't know exactly where that last player from Leo Esports is at.
Marin only has 27 rounds in his weapon though, and not able to get it done. That is Leo's dreams getting crushed right then and there. KZ, 7 eliminations now, playing that edge. As far as teams that are still trying to make it into the finals, it's all up to Raven. Raven with 34 points. They're very comfortable with 4 players up. But unfortunate for all those other teams below 7, it's going to be up to a miracle run on the last game for them.
It is. Look how tight it's gonna be when we go towards that final game, baby. You have the Noisy Boys that more than likely gonna end up getting passed here by Raven because the Raven position that they have right now at the moment is just ridiculous. Nobody's gonna be messing with them, so you know they're at least gonna be able to qualify in a top 5 situation, possibly maybe even top 4 situation where the eliminations are just gonna come in handy. And then you got Nexus. Nexus there towards the top, full control of it. Numb at the top. None of this squads really had a chance to be scared that they might not end up making it. Besides the one that you mentioned earlier with Raven still being there in 16th place, they got to take full advantage of it. If you're KC, you're up to 7 eliminations, 54 points total. You are feeling comfortable. You are feeling good going into that last match. And as we say, Raven has so much room to work when Nexus is pushing up and then knocking them. Amar going down. This is not what you want to see out of Raven.
Raven, you got to defend this. You have to. Your tournament hopes depend on it. This could have been an easy game for you, but you did not see this side come in some way, somehow. Nexus Gaming's now on the push. Nebune on the pushing into the building here. We're moving on over to Numb. Keeping an eye on them. But meanwhile, Nexus gets shot in the back by Crazy. And that was a crazy shot indeed. Keeping his team alive here. Black gonna go try to go for the res. No way, right? Yeah, instead, holding that DBS.
Look at the nade.
Jumps through the window. Super risky.
You got to watch out for those nades starting to cook in. Everybody's going to be close range fight here as Crazy is going to be popping up. The nades are going to be coming through. The Molotovs, everything. The shotguns are up to par. Raven wanting to keep their hopes and dreams alive going into the final as Lucifer is going to be the last one. Actually, one of the last ones standing there for Crazy. KC Esports is fully out. Crazy is still alive. Flavia is the last one being alive there for Nexus. You got to make a push. Lucifer does have the high ground. He's going to get this heal off and maybe he's going to try to go for a jump shot here. What are you going to be going going for, because you cannot allow Nexus to go for that pickup.
Slow down.
Decides to back off, decides to just wait a little bit longer, and this could end up working out for them if somehow he can grab a ledge. Oh, he's able to spot him, but not able to time the shot just in time. The Molotov making sure that Raven slows down, and this is massive right now for Raven, because they're being able to fend them off, and Flavius gets knocked, and Raven somehow, even though it looked like it was about to not go their way, they're able to defend it perfectly. All 4 players alive and add 4 eliminations to their tally, Jukes.
That's how you do it right there. Beautiful from Lucifer, though. He realized that, yeah, this pickup ain't happening at all. So all I got to do is just take my time. Don't get into a silly 1v1. Wait for my team to get ready, and then we can go ahead and get this team out of there. Beautiful defense for Raven, because that was not an easy 1-7. It was a lot of back and forth right there. It could have definitely gone either way. And to be able to clutch it up right when you need every single point that you can get, man, that's got to feel good.
I mean, at a point, it looked like Raven got caught there with their pants down. They didn't even know what was going on, but good reaction time, the Molotovs, the grenades. Luckily for that squad, I mean, they were sitting there for so long that they should have had all that utility that they were able to find early on. Now, for Raven, it's going to be a bit of a flip of the switch, right? What are you going to be doing now to get into this next area? What are you going to be doing now to get into the next situation from this squad? Because you got to make them run. On top of that, you got Shipzone, and we've seen what Shipzone has been able to do. And you got Numb on the north, just waiting and waiting to find an opening. So it kind of sucks, Jukes. Honestly, there's no other way to put it if you are Raven. It kind of sucks because you are more than likely going to be the first team to make the first push, or just wait to see what Numb is going to be doing and hope that you can maybe third party it.
That could be a good opening for sure. I think Raven does need to do that. They need to take their time here, hope to hear some shots. At least one of these teams focus, just be somewhere else. So that way you can do the long rotation onto the edge of this building here. They're most likely, maybe they go to the ridge line over there where Numb is. Nope, it looks like they're going south. They're going to go south and try to crash onto the building for skip zone. Either way, with that elimination, that fight,
yeah.
They should be in a good spot.
They're finding some shots there for make them run. Now making it easier here. Numb, yeah, Numb starting to get knocked. Make them run. Also starting to do favors there for Numb. Now this will be the time, Raven. Just be ready. Yeah, be ready. Be in those vehicles. You're gonna have to make that push, and you're gonna have to make sure time is perfectly, because right now Shipzone and make them run are kind of focused towards where Numb is. Even though Numb is fully gunned, they still think that there might be some people, and they didn't make the move in time, Jukes. And now that means that whenever they do want to make the move, Shipzone and make them run are just gonna have their full focus. Oh, a bit of a throw there from Raven, not deciding to move.
Man, yeah, that shot though, that's a big knock. That's a big knock on that warehouse. There's nobody else in there. I think they could push up to that broken wall, but they're not doing it. When are they going to pull the trigger on this push? I know that they may barely be in the next circle, but it's only
you gotta realize
time
though,
for them,
Shipzone also has eyes on them. You see this right here? SE?
Yeah, but I mean, they can still push up to that broken wall. Let's see what they decide to do. Do you have a BRDM as well? That's a lot of armor. They do end up getting a little bit of a push up. One player is now in a decent spot. The rest of the team should just try and follow here. Oh, what a nade though! That opens the door for Raven. They now have a complete entryway into this next zone. Like I was saying, yeah, that spot is wide open. All they got to do is just push up to it. But maybe they don't have the other vehicles ready. I'm not sure why Raven is taking so much time here on the back end.
And they're going to start rotating. They're going to start doing that bit there over the north. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not sure what's taking them so long to make this decision. The longer they wait, the longer that Shipzone is going to be able to kind of set themselves up here. And the longer that they're going to have to use even more utility there towards the north of them, where they currently are at.
Was it an airdrop?
Just to throw some smokes, block their angles. Unless you're trying to go for an off angle here. Could they possibly still be within the circle there? That could be why they're not making the push.
Possible.
If they are still within that circle, that would make sense.
This is the last zone, though. This zone's about to close into nothing, so they're going to have to just cross the hill no matter what. I just think it's a little bit of a misplay from them. I think they should have tried to be able to get on this side where Bisc is This could have been an easy push. Maybe they could still make it. It's possible. They got all this loot right here from those airdrops too. I mean, things are definitely going in favor here of Raven.
Bisc
Maybe
up
they're going to try to have Bisc
grenades
and
to his
Crazy push
name.
by themselves.
Yeah, Bisc up to 5 grenades to his name. There you go. He's going to start cooking them too. The rest of the squad also had some smokes. So they could be just waiting for the right opportunity. They could be just waiting and relying on those two players, on Crazy and Bisc, to just find the opening for them to make the push, because we do know that they have vehicles. But then on top of that, the thing is that ShipZone does have an advantage in a way, because they are within buildings. They are the ones that are a little bit closer towards the center of the circle in a way. The mortars are coming in. I think this might be the first time that I'm seeing it.
Let's
Oh,
go.
no,
Crazy with the BRDM. That knock opened the door, though. That should allow a full, free, and easy push for the squad. And yep, here they come. Fat John, though, he can make the plays by himself. He actually jumped the... No way! Jumping over the broken wall. That's an easy elimination every time. Raven making a little bit of a mistake there. They still have the numbers advantage, though. Should be an easy finish for them. You got to work as a squad. Crazy. Getting another one. Now it's just up to Fat John by himself. 3v1. Nade in hand. But that is gonna be it. Raven Gaming clutching up the chicken dinner right when they needed it.
Raven Gaming, from defending against Nexus to waiting for the right moment, making me eat my nails, saying please make somewhat of a push. They end up saying 2 players there towards the north, rotating around, one's numb, and make them run. Got taken care of. Great plays by this squad, a team that needed to step up, a team that needed to make that push to not have to worry going into the last match. Jukes, they were able to do just that perfectly.
Man, that was so clutch right there. I mean, it was looking a little bit sketchy. They were taking their time with that 2-2 split. But once they got that another knock, it was just full push, full send for them. So beautifully done. I've said it time and time again. It's so difficult to get a big performance when your backup is against the wall. So for Raven to do it on the second to last match, I mean, that punched their ticket, I think, to the finals right then and there for sure.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, 100%. I feel like that team is gonna be set and done, which leads me even more intrigued to what that overall is gonna be looking like when we head into the final Miramar, because everything was so close. We saw some teams being proactive as well. Teams that I was especially counting out. You were definitely especially counting out from earlier on, trying to be proactive, see if they can get any of the ball rolling. It might not be good enough, but at least they were wanting to make it even closer within everything. Let's take a look at the MVP of that last match. And no surprise, it is going to be a player there from Raven, Crazy, with 4 eliminations.
Crazy clutching it up there, man, for his squad. Beautifully done, man. I love to see those kind of plays. I love to see those last-ditch efforts. We saw a last-ditch effort from Leo, from that singular player there earlier on, to try to hold on for his team. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get it done. Raven, though, I mean, getting it done here and now, it's got to feel so good. Such a huge sigh of relief. There's still a lot of teams, though, Seven, that could still cross that threshold here in the final game. But if this was any indicator of what's going to happen in Miramar, dude, it's going to get crazy, literally.
Yeah. we might end up seeing some of the other ones losing teams early on. What was it earlier? Stage 2, 40 something players. Give me some stage 2, 30 something players left. Because that would be
half
just
the lobby gone.
Absolutely wild.
That would be wild. I like to see it. I mean, and it's very typical, to be honest, because you got so many teams that are now their shoes in, right? They know they're making it. There's nothing that can happen for them to get passed up. But you also have some teams that desperately need points. So I wouldn't be shocked if we see the teams at the top just push everything. Because why not? What do you have to lose at this point, right? Like, hey, let's go. Let's just push everybody, get home early so we can go ahead and get that dinner going. Let's take a look at the match ranking, though, and see exactly how many points these teams left on the board. Raven with 19. Now, man, that was clutch from them. Leo only putting up 5 there. That is going to be a tough one. Penguin, we thought that we were going to see a little bit more from them at the start. 7 total points. But, man, at the end of the day, 7, I just can't wait to see them overalls. That's what I'm looking for.
I know. I'm like, this is all cute and all, but show me the overall, baby, and stay longer in the overall because we're going to get a perfect picture of what's going to be happening here. We have Notorious, TGM. Those two teams are not playing. Just refreshing everybody's memory. The Noise Boys is currently playing. Strong Boys, we knew that they were going to be pretty much gone. Now they are out of the top 16, and everybody else between Notorious 46 points, TGM 40 points. Jukes, look all the way down to Leo Esports with 28 points, 12 points away from being able to qualify, but Destined to Rise is still in it, so they're gonna have to worry about that. Alpha Team GG are still in it. That's another team that they have to worry about.
Dude, I think I had my crystal ball activated a couple days ago because I think I said, what was it, 40 points is going to be where that threshold is, and it looks like that's going to stay true here. Goodness gracious, man. Alpha Team need a great game. I mean, Noisy Boys are right there. Strong Boys are out, you know, but BRBA, Notorious, and TGM are all not playing. So you know exactly what you need to do in order to make it. All I know, Seven, is that if I'm one of these teams, I am not going to be comfortable being in 16th place. I wouldn't even want to be in 15th place. I'm hunting down 14 for sure.
Yeah. Don't be in 16th. All right, Noisy Boys, we see you. Don't be there. Just try to make it to 15th. All right, and for BRBA Esports, honestly, I feel like that's a team. Even though they have just one more point than Notorious, I feel like they are going to be safe. They don't really have to worry about that much unless, for some reason, Jukes, we have an insane performance, not only by the Noisy Boys, you would also need a good performance out of Alpha Team GG and as well as Destined to Rise or Leo Esports, which is unlikely based on what we have seen. I've seen it happen in the past. It's very unlikely, but for BRBA, at least they're going in with a bit of a breather. It's still so close to call, though.
Yeah, for three teams to pass them up would be pretty wild. Especially considering that it's the last match, there's not going to be that many points available. I think that to see a miracle play like that from one of those squad 7, I think we're going to maybe see one, maybe, because the chance of 3 is crazy. Honestly,
1.
I don't think we're going to see the leaderboards move already with how crazy this has been, right?
Yeah.
But what are you going to do, 7? What are you going to do when all you need is one good game? I mean, how many times have kids imagined, right? You're at that 3-point line. The shot clock is down to 0. Are you going to make that shot or are you going to miss it? That's what I want to see.
Yeah, for this squads, man. I mean, I was scared that this was gonna end up happening, right? You mentioned it too. You called out that point perfect, by the way, in regards to the 40-point mark. And I've been saying in regards to you don't want to wait until the last game. You want to make sure you did everything that you possibly could there between the first 9 matches and not just feel the pressure that you're going to be feeling when you actually go into the last match, because right now it's looking dangerous. Those squads, Notorious, TNG, they're looking at home. They're saying, boys, stop talking about us. Please. don't even mention that we are going to be heading out. But I'm sorry, guys. That is what's currently happening, especially when you had stuff like this. Alpha Team versus Doc, and then Alpha continuing and wanting to keep on the pressure. And honestly, Jukes, if it wouldn't have been for Alpha at least being able to clutch up 10 points and all those 10 points being in elimination, they wouldn't be in the conversation. We would have said, okay, that team's fully out. But now, with what they showed us in this last match, they showed us that they can step up. And I would be surprised. Actually, I wouldn't be as surprised if Alpha once again shows up and puts up another 10 elim match.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that if you are, TGM, all those squads, you're really hoping Noisy Boys go out early. That's a team you don't even want to see put up a singular point, right? But Alpha could pop off. Absolutely. They're in the running here now. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough going into the last game because, guys, we've had 14 matches happen so far. I promise you, this last match ain't going to work out like anyone that we've seen before. It's going to be absolute chaos, right? So what do you do, 7? What do you do if you're one of those teams that needs like 10-ish points here? Do you try to hunt down those eliminations early on? I think you do, because I don't think there's going to be very many points towards the end. What do you think?
No, no. I mean, usually for me, it's just wait for the mid to late game. If you can catch teams on the rotation, then yeah, that's perfect. But if you're going to commit to a fight, the only thing with that, if you do it early on, is if you end up losing a couple players or even one player itself with the way that Miramar has been working, it is going to be tough. And it's going to be even tougher because you have those top dogs, right? You have BX Brothers. You have Make Them Run. These teams have been consistent. And with that consistency, that it comes aggressiveness, which we've been seeing over and over again. And this is why I'm talking about you want to have all the 4 players. You want to make sure you have enough players to be able to defend against those aggressors.
Yeah, I mean, 99% of the time, I think I'd agree with you 100%. Just with how crazy this last game's going to go, I don't know if that typical strategy that you should have done, right, 9 matches prior, is going to work out anymore. Because, you know, BX Brothers Make Them Run. And now how many more squads know they're making it? What do they got to lose here at this point, right? They could just go and just start pushing everybody in sight. You don't want to be that team that needs 2 more eliminations and they're just not there. Like, you just can't get them because they're just not available to you. You know what I'm saying? So, it is definitely one of those coin toss decisions, because normally I 100% agree. I think you are absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Stay towards the end, get those placement points and some eliminations. But if you're one of those teams that need, 15 plus points, dude, I don't know. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to get here.
Yeah, I mean, either way, these teams are just gonna be stuck. So would you say? So just to verify, would you say that you just want them to be aggressors there at the beginning from the get-go?
Dude, honestly, I think that in the
because
last
I feel like
game,
you're torn right now. Usually, I
really
getting,
am.
like I from all the shows we work together, you're like, go for it, take destiny into your own hands, and I'm all for it. But the thing is that the big asterisk is there's just so many teams right now towards the top that have been super aggressive throughout the day that's what puts the brakes on me. Halfway through the match, then start looking for those eliminations.
I think if you're noisy boys, 100%. 100%
Yes.
noisy boys, because you don't need that many points, right? If you can just get towards late game, you're going to secure yourself some placements, a couple of little steals, you should be able to sneak your way in, right? But for those other teams, you're right. Yeah, like if you go aggressive, these crazy psycho teams that are just pushing up everybody, like it's going to be very difficult to survive, right? Do it. Why not? I think if I was the IGL in here, I think you got to. I just don't see late game being the play at this point. I think that you've been trying to play this kind of crazy thing. It's not working out. Just do something totally different and hope for the best. Like, imagine it's like a classic game, because this game is not going to be typical at all. Play your heart out. Make us all shocked. Be like, where was the squad for the whole time? I think that's what you got to do.
Yeah, this is the thing about that we love from PUBG Mobile, right? Because there's different perspectives, and they both could be right. You could end up getting into the match early on. You could end up getting into those fights, and that's what gets you in. Or you could end up getting towards the middle of the match and then go after those fights, get those eliminations, and then be able to get in as well, especially if you end up getting blessed. What's truly not going to be blessing a lot of people is this playing path that we're going to be jumping into the final match of the PMCO EEU Season 2 2025. We will be finding out who's going to be going to the finals, who's going to be staying home and watching it with us, because boy, oh boy, it's so close to call.
Too close, 7. I guarantee you, though. Imagine being one of the players from TGM right now, watching this game. It's got to be brutal, 7. It's got to be brutal. If you're notorious watching this game, I think that you're putting on your BX Brothers hat. You know what I'm saying? You're like, guys, go, destroy the whole lobby. Save us, please, because these guys are in the hot seat.
They're sending messages. They're sending messages to BX Brothers. They're sending messages to Make Them Run, Shipstone.
Get them.
On top of that, you got Numb and Punk. You're like, hey, boys, we love you. We hope you have the best match here. We want to see you get up to 30 eliminations, please.
Go crazy, guys. Just, you know what? Have fun. Go crazy. And if you happen to see, noisy boys, please take them out very early on without giving them one elimination. Please and thank you. Oh, boy. Let's
Noisy
see where
boys
they're
are so
landing.
close.
Yeah, and look at that. They're all the way over there towards Impala. They are going to get in the circle here, so they don't have to push crazy far. Honestly, if you're the Noisy Boys, if I'm you, grab just a couple pieces of loot, get in your vehicles, and head up all the way north to water treatment. Why not? You know for a fact that north side is wide open. It's a southern plane path. You got a northern circle. Go all the way up there, work your way on down. I guarantee you're going to get towards late game.
It could be a chance. You got also up there San Martin, even more buildings to work with. Meanwhile, though, we have a whole rave going on there towards the west side in
Wait.
Where is that at? La Villeria? I think it might be actually.
Wait.
We have Raven, we have Nexus,
Alpha!
and then there's
Alpha!
another squad too that's gonna be there. BX Brothers going up against Alpha. Alpha, this is not where you want to find yourselves up, especially this early on.
Gotta hit the shots. He gets one. Going for the 180. Oh, through the window. Gets a tap, but runs away and gets knocked. No support from the teammates anywhere in sight. BX Brothers crushing the dreams of Alpha. This is
That's right,
getting
that's Nexus.
sketchy.
Look at this. This is why we were saying earlier that you want to take man into their own hands, because as we're seeing this fight here between BX Brothers and Alpha as well, we saw Raven getting knocked, and Alpha now even losing more players. BX Brothers is going to end up getting knocked as well. Alpha, can you do enough here? Your players are starting to go down.
Survive.
Making the push up. Is he going to have enough? He's not, and that is it for Alpha Team GG. Thank you for coming. Thank you for stopping by. But that's what happens earlier on if you wanted to take those crazy fights. This aggressor teams just don't give a damn, especially if your name is BX Brothers. They have 4 eliminations. They're gonna be feeling good, and that's just a statement, and gonna be sending a message to everybody else in this last match. Honestly, I think BX Brothers are just gonna want to run away with it, Jukes. I think they're actually gonna want to maybe break a record in regards to eliminations, and I would be shocked if I see them slowing down.
Not at all. I mean, BX Brothers are just going to go crazy. Now, I did say go for that aggression early on, but fighting BX Brothers first team, that is not the one you want to go against. Skip and Punk going at it here at Pecado. 2 teams that we know for sure are moving forward, so they're going to have some
and
fun
also
here.
Doc. Doc is here.
Oh, that's
Doc
right.
is wanting to
Doc
get
is
into
here
the action.
too. Yeah, they need to. They need to, honestly. With BX Brothers wiping out a squad early on, you know, like, because, like, let's be real, 8 points. What do they need? 25 eliminations and a chicken dinner? Right? Push, Doc. Push. What are you doing?
I'm not even gonna try to do the math. I'm so sorry, Doc fans out there. Your hopes are long gone from everything that you have shown me in the past 9 matches. There's 0 chance. If anything, just try to go for some highlights. Try to go for something that maybe one of the other teams might be like, hey, that was cool how you were able to do that. Let's sign you to our team. That's what they're gonna be looking for, getting some possible highlights. I'm intrigued to see what the other squads are gonna be doing, though, that do have a chance, like Destined to Rise, Leo, maybe One Tap Romania. And if we're gonna be kind of hopeful here for teams maybe putting up 20-point mark, PNG could be up there. It's very unlikely, but it's a possibility.
But you better hurry, because honestly, like, you're not gonna do it with placement points if you're a Penguin, right? You need eliminations. Need them. Okay, I can't stress that enough. You got to get them, right? So the only way you're gonna do that is by pushing and making something happen here. So let's see what exactly they're looking to play here.
Doc's gonna be able to find a spot right there. This fight, I mean, this is just gonna come down to bragging rights, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm gonna save my voice until the later of the match, because Raven on the elimination feed, now they're just taking care of Penguin there. Punk going up against Chipzone Rolex. That's not the Rolex that we know, Jukes. It made me have a little bit of flashbacks there for a split second. I was like, hold on a second. That's not Rolex. Rolex only reacts to pro players now. He's not here anymore. I miss watching them play.
Yeah.
But that is not the case. Meanwhile, though, Doc chilling. I mean, this is what Doc does. Chilling. What do you think? You think maybe they're just not wanting to be last place?
Doc, they are last place, and they're going to stay last place. That's what I think.
That's what I was saying. Maybe that's what they're looking to do. Maybe just to get enough points to not be in last place. But that's a big gap.
Yeah, just have fun. Like, that's what I'm saying, is if you're Doc, play it like a classic at this point. Like, just go crazy, push everything you see, and hope for the best. Uh-oh. Hey, that's actually a big one right there. Drunk Knights, 29 points. Now that you have Alpha gone, the team right above you, this is a big possibility. You need to start soaking up some eliminations. I really want to stay on them because they're a team that is going to be going for this one here, 7.
That's right. Maybe production will listen to us as well and show us a little bit more what's going to end up happening with the other stuff going on within this overall leaderboard. Teams that are going to be actually fighting to get into the finals. I know I love seeing some fights, but this fight ultimately don't really matter. This team knows that they're not going to make it. The other two teams knows that they are going to make it. Penguin going out. Oh, Raven. Oh, Raven. Oh, Penguin. There you go. GG's.
Done. Penguin over. Tournament's done for them. We're going to keep an eye here, though, in the middle of Picado, baby. Punk. Blue. Jumping down the middle. Uh-oh. Look at the feed, though, 7. That's one of the players from 1 down. Let's see what happens, though. This fight's going to keep on ringing out. Blue up close and personal. Nice little gun switch there to the QBZ, the Q-Bizzle, as I like to call it. Moving on over to that pump shotgun. Oh, he's going to try to jump from the top. Watch. Hello. Can he hit it? Look for them toes. Jump down. Jump down. Why not? Got him.
Thank you. Thank you, Punk. We're finally over with this.
Thank you.
Maybe now we'll be able to switch over. Nope. Nope.
Heck
Doc.
no, baby. We're staying right here, 7. Doc trying to make a dream happen. And this is what I was talking about. Why is Doc even staying in the building? Just push, dude. Just push. Go crazy. You need 25 eliminations. You ain't going to do it sitting in a building.
Punk just chilling, waiting for the right moment to himself up. I mean, he has that APM to it. Line up, baby. Why don't you? DBS is going to be coming out. Oh, trying to do the 180. Able to connect with 1, but the rest of the squad is not going to be there. And now Punk trying to secure themselves some more eliminations, moving up the leaderboard. But yeah, this fight, I mean, doesn't really affect in any way, shape, or form prize pool or anything like that.
There we go. Make them run.
Definitely affect some stuff. As one Tap is one of those teams that are wanting to make it. They're still alive. They currently have another 1 AC as well close by too. This is more of a dangerous fight.
Dude, this is a ridiculous fight, to be honest, because I mean they need crazy points here, 7. They need a win. Like 1 Tap needs a win. And they're in Los Leones. The zone is so far north. And this is why I said you do not want to wait to the last game. You've been saying it as well, 7. Because Make Them Run can stay here. They can do whatever the heck they want. In a normal match, Make Them Run would have been long gone, right? They would have gone up into the next circle and try to get a dominant position. But since they are already qualified, they can just stay and destroy dreams. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Right, Punk now deciding to back off out of this. Good to see that. Let's look at some of the other squads. I want to see what KZ is doing, because that team is in 12th place. They should be securing up, but then you have the Noisy Boys, right? They're in 16th place with 38 points, and that just might not be enough. Meanwhile,
dude, and nobody went to that north side. I'm shocked. I am shocked. The Noisy Boys could have had an easy rotation. But they are moving super late here, 7. That is getting a little bit scary for me. And this is what happens whenever you're in a position where you only need a few points. Sometimes you start playing very, very scared, like very patient, and that could cost you. So I would have liked to see Noisy Boys, again, just move all the way up north and have like an easy position. But now they're going to possibly get into an engagement with Leo here in a few minutes.
That's right.
I really want to see that.
Drunk Knights, keep an eye on here on 1 Tap. 1 Tap. This now the thing is, Jukes, is that how long do you want to wait here? You're gonna be so far away from the circle too. You kind of have to switch your focus. You're gonna have to disengage, and I think that's exactly what 1 Tap Romania is wanting to do. As the heels are gonna start running up, and with Miramar being so wide open, you don't want to wait until the later part of the match to actually make the rotation with 0 scouting.
Run. Honestly, if you're 1 Tap, get out of here. But you can't. Look at that. They're stuck because Make Them Run doesn't care if they go out here. They can do whatever they want. That's the benefit of whenever you are so high up on the leaderboards. So I'll tell you what, man. If you're some of the fan of these Group B teams that are right there on that cusp, you know who you are. You're really hoping that Make Them Run stays on these two squads, and that's exactly what they're looking to do.
That's right. Drunken Knights waiting patiently. This is just a fight that, man, it's just dragging.
Look at the zone,
out.
dude.
Meanwhile, hey, that's nice. That's a good position for this squad. Look how much room they're going to have to work with, Jukes. Because this is a squad that needs those points, right? They don't want to have to worry about anything. Meanwhile, you got KC. They already made it. They're kind of gay. Oh, my gosh, Jukes. Look towards the right side. KC's just gatekeeping Leo at the moment.
I'm telling you, Leo are in a really rough spot here. Here we go. Make Them Run. Now getting active. And that is going to be a tough. Drunk Knights gone. Their tournament hopes out of there. That's another team at the bottom. Taken out right there. I'm looking right now at the feed. We're going to see Destined to Run. You talked about them just a couple minutes ago. They have a beautiful spot here. So they could have a really, really good opportunity. The Noisy Boys are very opposite of what their name is right now, Seven. They have not made a single peep in this game. They are playing in the blue zone very, very carefully.
That's right. Leo waiting, moving around, going for that north rotation. I'm going to be looking at those top 15. Noisy Boys, I'm going to want to see a little bit more out of you. Because I know usually it's top 16, but you never know. You never know what can happen once this match is over. And once we make some announcement, and I'm actually going to be holding off on that one, Jukes. I'm going to wait for us to be on camera and for us to have a graphic for it as well, as Leo Esports continuing to make this rotation. Because this squad's, man, wanting to make it, and now the mark has moved up, right, Jukes? We're looking at Noisy Boys, even though you're in 16, even though we have had
Make some noise. You're not comfortable right now, Noisy Boys. You want to be in that place position. VX Brothers up on top, just looking to create some problems for all these desperate teams right now. And let's see exactly what is going to go on from some of these squads. Noisy Boys are now moving up from the north side, possibly into Leo. That's going to be an interesting fight. I definitely want to keep an eye on that rotation here. Because we know BX Brothers, what they're going to do. They're just going to dominate. That's a fact.
That's right. I mean, this team is just so damn aggressive. I love it. I, for one, love it. Because guess what? Now they're going to be finding Doug Pasha here moving around. And Pasha, you best believe that as soon as you pop out, the shots are going to be coming through. And that is none other than an M4. Boy, you better hope you stay tagged. Boy, you better hope you become the best driver possible, as the Noisy Boys are getting caught here by Leo as well on the elimination feed. Doc Esports, there you go. Bye-bye. You're just going to continue on losing players. Late rotation,
Noisy
that's
Boys.
what happens with zero scouting. But I want to see what the Noisy Boys are currently doing, because I saw them going down on the leaderboard too.
Here we go. Here we go. Leo battling against Noisy Boys. Two teams that desperately need them. Noisy Boys only need a handful of points here, but they're already down a player. Are they going to try to drive away? They're playing it scared. They are trying to get away from this fight at all costs. But Leo, they're so hungry for these eliminations. Will this rotation pay off? Super risky. Oh, movie runs out of ammo. Not able to get the explosion. Oh, he does catch one player out. So the Noisy Boys down to 2.
Oh, man. Now what you want to see. Continuing to go down there too. Leo as well. Man, oh man, Leo's just taking matter into their own hands at this moment here, as Noisy Boys just gonna, I don't want him to get into a situation where they're gonna hope that they just stayed alive a little bit longer, barely getting away, as the Noisy Boys almost going down once again. But then they're gonna be going into other teams as well. Nexus is close by, and Leo, where has this aggressiveness been in the past? We got a chance to see it yesterday one time, but besides that, we haven't seen it. And Mozaro from the Noisy Boys goes down and is gonna end up getting knocked. Can he get picked up? No, he's not gonna end up getting picked up. They're gonna end up getting knocked. Is that it for the Noisy Boys? That is it, Jukes?
That's it.
16th place.
The Noisy Boys are done at 16th place. I don't think that's gonna be enough. I don't think it's gonna be enough. We got Destined to Run right there. You got Leo with all 4 players up as well. The door is open. They know exactly how many points they need. This is the team you got to worry about, though. BX Brothers soaking up those eliminations. 7 so far. Now in a battle with Made to Run. Let's see what Mac Vinny's going to do. Just keeping on that pressure in for that off angle, though. He's got a wide open shot. Ooh, that hillside, though, barely covering him up. Here we go. Another shot.
BX
That's
Brothers
it for
just
Made to Run.
Brother. BX Brothers just doing what BX Brother does when Kodiak is not around, okay? They are making sure that they showcase everybody that they are the top dogs of this roster. And just to refresh everybody's memory, top 16 right now, the Noisy Boys being in that 16th place mark. We saw it just barely go away. But in 15th place, it was none other than TGN with 40 points. So we'll have to wait and see what's happening. And if I'm any of those teams that are still alive, I'm not gonna be hoping that we barely tie where the Noisy Boys are at. My mark is going to be where TGM is at, Jukes. And right now, Notorious, honestly, with the way that this is playing out, it might be a little bit safe.
They're looking good. They're looking good. I'll tell you that right now, because with BX Brothers going so crazy, taking up so many eliminations, Destined to Run and Leo need to finish this game 1 and 2 if Notorious is going to get out of this tournament. Let's see what happens, though. As you got Destined to Run with 2 eliminations so far. But here's the problem, 7. They still need a lot of points. Placing a point ain't going to cut it. They need some of these eliminations, and BX Brothers is taking them all.
That's right, and that's what I was worried for too. You were definitely worried for it. And you know what? If there's gonna be a team that maybe helps the other squads, it's gonna be none, but that's not gonna be the case. As BX Brother turns around and makes sure they secure that knock, securing the elimination, continuing to take points, continuing to sponge up even more points from everybody else. And where's the rest of the squad? Destined to Rise, where are you? I need you to be a little bit more proactive here. I need you to start doing something.
Got to do it right here and right now. You really, really do. BX Brothers continue to apply that pressure. Every single elimination counts, folks. Look at this. There's only 25 players remaining in stage 5. Mac, up close and personal, onto Numb. They are stuck behind a rock. That's smoke right there. Actually, it was a stun grenade. Stun grenade doing its job. And now Numb. Ooh, nice shot there, though. Numb could get the better of him. Got the high ground. He is so lit, but he has no idea how much HP he has. He does get the first aid off. Little reroll. 5 shots, though. Switches to the shotgun. Beautifully done right there from Godlike to finally stop BX Brothers in their tracks.
That's right. We're past halfway through the mark, Jukes. And this is when I was saying, even before this point, honestly, for those bottom teams, you have to be active. I said, don't be active at the start, but you got to be active at the halfway mark and at the end mark. You got to start collecting those eliminations. Only 22 players left alive. So many eliminations that you're going to be able to collect. And you said it perfectly, too. Those placement points alone aren't just going to cut them. They got to be more proactive here at this stage of the game.
It's so hard to, though, 7. That was my worry, is that there was going to be so few eliminations left. This is stage 5. There's so much real estate now, so open. This game is not like anything these guys have played all tournament long. So, yeah, you need to get active, but can you? I mean, you have to push out into the wide open to even get to a fight, and then you're going to get third-partied right after. So you're kind of hamstrung at this point to kind of just hold your position, hope for the best. But you need 10 eliminations if you're Destined to Run and Leo. And how are you going to get them at this point?
Not sure. Not sure how that's going to be happening. One team that's going to be happy with their performance today is going to be KC. As they're in the 11th place, they should be able to just pretty much coast through. There's going to be no worries for this squad. Destined to Rise, having KC Esports very close by. You gotta be proactive here, Destined to Rise. You're being too passive now at this point. You gotta start looking for opportunities where you can maybe get into engagements without overexposing yourself, because you're gonna have to risk it for the biscuit. Leo's still alive too. Leo has all 4 players alive. I mean, with Leo right now, Jukes, if we're looking at this situation that they're finding themselves in, they have all 4 players alive. They have 2 eliminations. They're up to 30 points. If they were to end up getting the win here, followed up by maybe 2 more eliminations, they would end up passing that team that is in 15th place for TMG. So that could end up working out, right? But I don't think that's even going to be enough because of just the terrain that's going to be working with. Unless they get super blessed by this circle, by the next couple of circles, it's going to be tough.
It's going to be so tough. I mean, a chicken dinner is going to be like a necessity at this point. You got Destined to Rise there. They have 31 points already. So, I mean, only one team can get that chicken dinner, those 10 magical points, right? So, if both of these teams are going to try to pass that threshold, yeah, they're going to need to start getting active here. Let's see what Leo can do. Leo is now on the edge of the circle, making some plays and focusing on the zone now. They're doing a huge split, trying to catch some players off guard, but there's only one player of Numb in that vicinity. He does end up catching him, so that's one more elimination for Leo. A big one. Gotta get that confirmation, though. Let's see what happens here as we're starting to get close.
Yeah,
Destined to Rise.
Look
Look at them.
Slow it down here. Yeah, but the way that the circle kind of works in this situation, right? Everybody kind of having to slow it down. There's just too much open space to try to make any rotations. Make sure you have the utilities saved up. Those smokes are definitely going to be coming in handy. Raven getting shot at, but I mean, Raven right now in 10th place, they're going to be fine. There you go, Leo. Be a bit more proactive. See if you can maybe spot somebody, get a knock, and hope that you can turn that knock into an elimination. Because now they ended up losing one player. I didn't even get a chance to see that. I went from saying they have 4 members standing up to now only having 3. Not what you want to see out of Leo Esports.
So tough. I mean, this is what I was really worried about. You got 2 teams that are literally rolling the dice here at this point for their tournament life. And this is why I was so concerned about having to wait to the late game to get those eliminations. Because now you're hoping to win the game. So much pressure on if you're Destined to Rise. Leo with 3 players up. They could do it with eliminations, but they're not going to come to them. They're going to have to play that edge and make some plays here. Godlike is all by his lonesome. I would like to see almost all of Leo go up here, confirm that elimination. Let's see if that's what they're going to do. He's in the vehicle. You know he wants to, but the rest of the team is too spread out.
Raven waiting. Leo waiting. KC Destined to Rise waiting as well. Oh, this is... Let me check my heart rate real quick. Okay, yeah. Take some deep breaths here. I'm not even in the game. We're just getting a chance to cast it, and I'm just feeling the pressure for all these teams that are gonna be wanting to get there towards the finals. KC waiting patiently there in this compound. The circle is just gonna start closing in more and more and more. And Destined to Rise, that's one team that I'm really intrigued to see what they're gonna be doing here, Jukes, because this team got a chance to rotate very early on. They got a chance to kind of set themselves up, and when the circle doesn't go your way, that's when you gotta show up. That's when you gotta show what you're made out of. One team that is currently gonna have to do that is gonna be Leo, as we do end up having the circle pop up. It's KZ gonna be in the circle. Destined to Rise is not gonna be in the circle, and Leo's gonna have to find a way to make their way down.
This is bad for both those teams. You got Leo having their eyes locked on Destined to Rise to try to soak up some eliminations. Destined to Rise are so stuck in that building. It is ridiculous. You got Raven staring at him now. You come out the smokes. Honestly, it's going to be so difficult for Destined to Rise to get out of their position and into this next zone. But they're going to have to if they want to keep their tournament hopes alive. If they want to make it on to those finals here, you got to make some magic happen.
21 players left alive. Everybody's gonna start trickling down here as they're gonna be getting pushed by the zone. KC wanting to find a better location here. They know that the push is gonna be coming. The nade is gonna be coming in. Could this be perfectly timed? And it might be as none other than Yan getting all those squats, all those eliminations with the grenade. You couldn't have timed it any better. Meanwhile, Destined to Rise trying to make it. Yes! Somebody stop Yan. My goodness, he's just stopping every single team trying to make a push on his squad. Destined to Rise looking at their hopes towards the finals. Just slip away as KC makes the push out, Jukes.
KZ's put in so much work. Destined to Rise with a difficult push, and it is getting more difficult by the second. You got Yen throwing absolute heat-seeking missiles in this game. Oh, just barely missing the mark on the route. You know, that was an eviction notice, though. Here it goes, stamped and delivered, 7. Yen crushing the hopes of Destined to Rise. And that's Leo Esports gone as well.
Leo's gonna be out, Destined to Rise, looking at their hopes just slip away here as Yen somehow getting knocked there by Destined to Rise, but the team was there to back him up. It comes down now to one tap. And is it gonna be enough, one tap? Because you need to make sure you get every single elimination possible. It's not just gonna be the placement points. You've been talking about this, Jukes. It's not gonna be enough. You need to make sure you back it up as well with those elimination points, and it might not even be enough. You gotta be proactive here, one top Romania.
You gotta go crazy. 10 placement points will not make you into the finals. You have to take out every single player in this lobby. Do not miss a single one. You don't even want one to go out to the blue zone here. Let's see what they can do. Odds are stacked against them. They're down one of their players as well, and it's Ink, the one who's been going crazy for their teammates. Rolo getting shot. Gonna go ahead and head towards cover here. Oh, things are starting to heat up because Nexus are getting knocks on the KZ. That is so terrible for one tap. They need them all. Let's see what they can do.
I'm still shocked. I gotta go back. I gotta give props to Yen once again, because that is one of the best grenades that I think I have ever seen in PUBG Mobile Esports in regards to timing. That man timed that thing perfectly, and he was able to just destroy Raven. But now, KC, how do you get out of this pickle? How do you even get in a position where you can maybe end up winning this match? It's gonna be so hard as you're just getting pepper. One tap. You gotta do something here. You gotta start popping off. Yes, you need to steal those eliminations. You have destiny in your own hands, and you gotta make sure you take it. 5 elims, not enough. We need to see you up to 10 elims if possible, which right now, with the way that the numbers are working, I don't think it's a actually it is a possibility, as I'm doing the math real quick in my hand, but they need to get every elim, Jukes. They cannot afford to not get an elimination.
They cannot lose them. Fortunately, oh my gosh, Zeus is in the worst spot possible. He's gone. I'm gone for sure. It's up to 2 players from one tap to keep their tournament hopes alive. He's got the shot onto Yen. Not able to get the knock, though. And now here comes the blue zone. One tap Romania. You got to do it wide out in the open. It is looking so bad for them, though. Rolo down to 1 HP. Somehow still sneaking his way into the circle, though. Nexus is focusing on the KZ. There's a chance for one tap. Can they do it?
Nexus is stealing the eliminations. Nexus might have ended up stealing those eliminations, but Nexus is actually gonna come out on top with the win. They one tap do enough there to be able to make it all the way up to the 15 to 14 to 16 to however many are gonna be moving on to the finals. I don't think they did. We'll have to wait and see the overall, but I don't think they did, Jukes.
Oh, man, so close, yet so far. This is why I was saying, you know, like, man, towards that end game, you're not going to probably have enough eliminations available to you, and you're rolling the dice by just hoping that zone places right on top of you. And unfortunately, the zone went in the other direction. One tap, not able to capitalize on it. What a crazy final game, though. Like I said, it wasn't going to be like anything we've seen all tournament long, and it sure wasn't, man. I mean, we were down to, what, like 20 players at stage 5? That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, we got a chance to see one of the best nades I think I've ever gotten a chance to see. That was beautiful. I can't wait to go back and see it. That's going to be highlights all over social media, hopefully, because that was just magical. Great time, too. I thought maybe he was going to end up throwing it a little bit too early, but so it happened that he was already cooking it, and the car just came out of the smokes like, let me see, Mission Electra running on the beach back in the 1990s. Yeah, you know exactly which show I'm talking about. It was just magical, Jukes.
That's a good callback right there. That's a great callback, dude.
Yes,
The nostalgia. Oh, hit me right there in the heart. Oh, man, dude, you're right. I mean, to hit a nade like that, it is ridiculous, right? So it has to be perfectly cooked, perfectly placed to catch a vehicle on the run. And that's exactly what he did, man. Oh, gorgeous game. I mean, the final game of tournaments like this never seems to disappoint, and this one definitely did. BX Brothers just going crazy as well, as per usual. Kodiak and BX, dude, I expect some big things from you guys in the finals.
That's right. I mean, BX Brothers got that second place last season. They're looking to be the team that qualifies to PMSL EU from the finals in first place. Mark Vinley getting those 5 eliminations, 783 damage, and that's considering that BX Brothers got eliminated very early on. They had nothing to do here in the final game, so it just goes to show how proactive and how aggressive this team was. But let's take a look at the match statistics here. There's no surprise there. Yen with the most throwable elims. What's crazy is that it was just with one throwable, Jukes.
Right? Yeah, one nade, and that is 3 eliminations. Wow, what a crazy play. What a crazy play. You're right. It is by far one of the most beautiful nades I have seen in this game. So, man, what a crazy tournament so far, Seven. I mean, obviously, we had Kodiak, we had BX Brothers go absolutely wild. What other team really stood out to you?
Another team that stood out for me, I mean, just based on today or just based on the past 3 days?
So, best on the past 3 days.
Past 3 days, Star Soldiers yesterday definitely shut me up. I was having some question marks there for Star Soldiers. I'm happy to see that they showed up yesterday. Make them run as well. I feel like that was a team that I was hoping that momentum would continue on throughout the whole day. If it wasn't for BX Brothers, I think we will be talking about make them run even more, but just BX Brothers with the aggression that we saw out of this squad. And if we end up looking at some of the other teams, Nexus Gaming, I think halfway through the day, or maybe after the second match, if I went back and listened to myself, I was like, man, this is a team that I was just expecting to see a little bit more out of. And after that team definitely started performing in Sanhok, especially. We saw what they were able to do in Paradise Resort. In this past match now, we saw what they were able to do. So definitely a team that people need to keep an eye out on. And the reason why I bring that up is, if I remember correctly, this was a team that ended up being in 5th place in Season 1. So they didn't get a chance to go to the PMSL EU. They're looking to make it a little bit different. And hopefully they have kind of caught themselves and improve in a way when they actually go to the finals to get themselves within the top 4, because it's only the top 4 that qualifies to PMSL EU, not top 5.
That's fact. Yeah, that's a fact. And then come finals time, we're going to have 2 days of play, right? So it's going to be a different tournament overall. You got to make sure that you do your homework, make sure that you are ready for that one, because I wouldn't be shocked if we see an entirely different squad other than BX Brothers and Kodiak go crazy comes finals time. It's not something that is, unfamiliar to us. I mean, I will be disappointed if I don't see Kodiak and BX Brothers at the top with just how well they did here in the semifinals.
Yep.
But man, anything could happen. We could see a team that barely makes it in, like 14th place, and all of a sudden they just go nuts come finals time. So that's something I'm looking forward to for sure. Another team I really want to highlight is Punk. Punk, I think, really impressed me here. They had some great rotations. Yes. Great mid-game action. We finally got to see them win a Sanhok, so it showed that, hey, you know what? Come late game, we actually can close out one. I still think that they do have a little bit of tweaks to do for sure come end game if we want to see them make it on over to the Super League, but they're going to have plenty of time here, plenty of days to kind of make those adjustments for sure.
That's right. And I mean, the thing that we got a chance, you said it perfectly, the thing that we got a chance to see this team actually getting and winning Sanhok, even with the crazy rotation that they had to do there towards the north, right? And waiting for the right moment, third partying at the right time. That's good improvements, especially from what we got a chance to see out of them yesterday during the first day. And for them to make that improvement so quickly kind of leaves some to be even more desired towards the finals. What is this team going to be able to do now with the time off? Now with all the data we have collected from these teams in regards to rotations, in regards to where they're going to be landing as well. One thing I don't want to see, though, when we end up going to the finals, I don't want to see hot drops. That should be all settled and good now. Look what ended up happening here. I mean, some interesting hot drops for teams that didn't really matter there towards the end in regards to teams that were already qualified, teams that just weren't going to be making it towards the finals. But once you get to the finals, every match counts. Don't hot drop.
Yep. I mean, you just think about every match counting, right? You think about Leo, right? Game 1 of their day of play, they hot dropped BX Brothers in Pachinki, lost that match. Could you imagine if they would have gone somewhere else, put up 10 points? Who knows what could have happened, guys? I'm not trying to harp on you like that, but you got to look at the facts. Every single game matters. There's a reason why we do not see hot drops at the top of PUBG Mobile esports. You know what I'm saying? So I hope you guys.
Oh, we do.
Don't be like America's. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, just do have that little conversation. Make sure everybody knows where everyone's dropping, and y'all guys just play the best of your ability, because those early hot drops, man, they really, really hurt.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I've seen some hot drops too in the past. I've made events and they don't end up getting anywhere near the first place. And we usually end up saying the same thing. Why are you hot dropping? Why are you hot dropping? But the match ranking, there you have it right there. Nexus Gaming, 17 points. BX Brothers, somehow this team is disgusting today. 12 eliminations to their name, 1 placement point, 13 points total. One tap Romania with those 11 points. Could that be enough? I don't know. I don't think it was one tap Romania. We'll have to wait and see. Because
crazy, dude.
I don't think it was Destined to Rise. No, Raven, Leo. Oh man, that's just so sad.
Yeah, so sad indeed. And I think that is the best game we've seen from One Tap Romania all tournament long. And for it to be their last game and come up short is gonna hurt. Let's take a look here at the MVP though of who did the best today. Let me guess. It's a BX brother. It's Ing with 21 eliminations. 3,400 damage. This guy outperformed a bunch of the team's total points today, all by himself, Seven. All by himself.
The crazy part too, is that at the beginning of the day, we were talking about who was the one that was going to be stepping up, right? Now that the MVP wasn't here, guess what? He was able to be the one that ended up stepping up, and he actually improved and did better than what Kodiak T was able to do in the first 2 days. Kodiak T, day 1, 17 elims. Day 2, 16 elims. This man said, you know what? Hold my UC because I'm going to drop 21 on them.
Unreal, dude. Unreal Gabe here. I mean, we were talking about who's gonna be that point sponge, right? Now that Kodiak's out, and BX brother said, "It's us, right? We'll take that. Make them run." I mean, it's so crazy. I mean, the first 3 matches on top of the leaderboards with total points. Man, I'm just so excited to see these overalls and see who made it and who didn't, because it's going to be a close 1-7. By the way, I was thinking about I was going into the Hot Jukes Mind Vaults for teams that have hot dropped and won a tournament. I can only think of one time in the history, and that was PMGO Brazil, like 2 years ago with Team Reject and Regiocio. They hot dropped in Roshawk, and we were all like, what are you guys doing? And somehow they came up on top of that tournament, right? That's the only time, guys. So I'll tell you right now, it is there's one exception to the rule, and that was it. Okay. Avoid those.
And it was probably a team that was already at the top.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right.
So that would make
crazy.
Sense.
Yeah, exactly, guys. So man, I mean, what a crazy tournament so far. I was happy to see some of those teams finally make it towards late game that were needed it. It's just so unfortunate that this last game, the chaos of it was just so different than what they expected, and that's why I was really harping on it. Like, hey. Match number 3, match number 4, you better put those points in, because even the Noisy Boys, right? The Noisy Boys, they only needed a handful of points. And weren't able to get them.
I mean, too little, too late for some of these teams, as sad as it is, but I'm glad to see that we saw a lot of the other teams step up. I can't wait to see what this overall is looking like. I can't wait to see what some of these teams are going to be looking like when we actually go to the finals. And maybe there's a surprise out there. So let's take a look at the overall. Who's going to be going? Who's not going to be going? Take it away, baby.
Let's take a look here. Oh, my goodness. No movements were made. Destined to Rise, 35 points. Alpha team with 33. The Noisy Boys weren't able to cross that. And 7. Man, what a crazy tournament we have seen so far.
That's right. I mean, we'll have to wait and see, ladies and gentlemen. TGM there in 15th place with those 40 points. Noisy Boys 38 points. They make it to 16th place. But we'll have to wait and see what's going to be happening. I don't want to announce anything just yet because I'm getting some mixed up information. So we'll have to wait to see if we have any other topographics. But Kodiak, congratulations, 156 points. I'm happy to see you being there and maintaining that top spot because this team was just playing it out of the world. And BX Brothers, no surprise there, getting that second place with 114.
114 points. It just goes to show you how crazy Kodiak went in those first 2 days of play. Good for Star Shoulders to be able to make it as well. Eliseo, we saw his name all over the YouTube chat. So I'm excited to see what he does as well come finals. But, you know, good to see some progress from some of those teams at the bottom. I think we definitely saw some improvements. Unfortunately, they weren't able to really make it past that threshold. So it's a crazy thing to watch, though, right? I mean, progress is progress, guys. For all those teams that didn't make it here, if you're watching and listening to this, stick together as a squad, put in some work, and then maybe come springtime next year, we can see your name again and hopefully at the top.
That's right. And here you have it. The final stage teams that are going to be moving on. You got Raven, make that. Whoa. What is that down there, Jukes? One invited team?
One invited team is making it on over to the finals, folks. So this was a top 15 showdown to make it onto the finals. And unfortunately, the Noisy Boys at that 16th place were not able to make it on in. So that invited team, I can't wait to see who it is, by the way, are going to be moving on into the finals. Big shout out to our top 15 teams today.
I hope whoever that invited team is going to be putting an even better performance from what we saw there from the Noisy Boys, because, man, that is going to be such a heartbreak from the Noisy Boys, thinking that it maybe was top 16, and now they're like, no. Actually, top 15, we got an invited team, baby, and it's going to be a surprise. So you guys now got to make sure you show up for the finals and find out who that team is going to be. But, yeah, overall, Kodiak, I mean, you got Shipzone, you got KC pulling up, Punk Esports improving on their performance as well. I'm excited for the finals. I'm not going to be here. You are going to be here, Jukes. You're going to be casting with somebody else, and I can't wait to see what's going to be happening during those finals.
Yes, sir, indeed. I will be here to get into the action with you guys. This has been a crazy tournament. It's always fun to be able to work on some other regions, Seven. It's been a pleasure casting with you here today, man. We definitely saw some great signs of life from a few squads. We saw some underdogs make it happen as well, and some big potential here in the EU region. Finals is going to be a whole different story, though, Seven, right? We saw Kodiak up on top, BX Brothers up there today. But who knows? You could see Notorious, Numb, all the way at the top come finals time. And that invited team. Ooh, that's what I'm excited for, to be honest.
Yeah. Speculation. I wonder who is it going to be, because there's some good teams out there. There's some good teams out there that could definitely try to, I mean, should we speculate on some names? You definitely got some names out there.
I could think of a couple myself.
I'll leave it up to suspension. Because I'm excited to see who it's going to be. I can't wait. I don't even know who it's going to be, so I can't wait to see what that team will be looking like. Overall, though, good semifinals, especially from the first half of the page, from those top 10 teams that we were showing during the overall. They were putting up some great performances. They were actually improving, if anything. I have to go back to Kodiak, man. I'm hoping that this Kodiak also shows up for the finals. I'm hoping that we don't see a completely different Kodiak, Jukes, because sometimes we tend to see that we see teams pop up in situations like this in semifinals, and then come to the finals itself, that team is just non-existent. The confidence isn't there, and I'm hoping that doesn't happen.
I agree 100%. Man, thank you guys so much for watching with here today. 15 teams made it, one invited squad. Got to head to the finals. Make sure you guys are following, of course, all the esports socials so you can see exactly who is going to be announced in just a few short moments, guys. Thank you. My name is Hot Jukes. I'm here with the 7WG. We will see you guys on the next one.